Okay. Hello, hello. Let me know if the sound okay. Switching to live chat. Let's take this off. Hello, Ben. Hello, Simp. Hello, Dane. Hello, Epic. How is everyone tonight? Or today? This morning? Or this early evening? / evening? How is everyone doing? Just gonna sip my coffee. Anything interesting? Anything cool? Hello, Jonathan. Epic is... Hello, Miro. Epic is doing well. He says he's doing good, enjoying his day off. He's chill and relaxed and just gaming. Oh, what are you doing for gaming, Epic? Ben, what are you doing? Simp, what are you doing right now? I assume I'm on everyone's equivalent to a second monitor. So I'm curious what everyone's up to. Vampire Survivors. Yes. And has been on that kick. Eating and watching. Dane's eating dinner. You're on my phone? Yeah. Jonathan's second monitor is his phone. Way to go. I'm pretty sure I'm on Ben's phone as well. Elder Care and 14 as usual for me. Yeah. Sounds about right, Miro. Sounds about you. Oh, hey, Emmy. How's it going? I just sent you a Facebook text. Yeah. I should warn you that I may or may not have Facebook Messenger on my new phone. So, yeah. I got my emulation station working on my Steam Deck, so there's that too. Yeah. Yeah, you can always change it up. Try do something new. Yeah. I've been playing Final Fantasy 14. I've been playing Final Fantasy 14 a little bit on the PC. So right now we're doing MSQ with Dane, who's Party's boyfriend. And we've been going through, we started Heavensward recently. And then we discovered that the Tombstone event started. So after kind of reviewing everything, I'm going to do a little bit on Nico, but I'm not going to push it. There's just a lot going on right now that I'm trying to achieve in my life. So I can't do grind. I can't do World of Warcraft grind. Not that I would want to anyway. But I can't do grind. I can't do this or that. So I might do a little bit of that. I did, so you guys could see here. Wait 1 sec. Let's see what this does. So you can see right here. Maybe you can't see it. But this innocuous little icon here is one of the ways that I played the Final Fantasy XIV mobile game. So the Final Fantasy XIV mobile game hit China, and I have a WeChat account because, you know, you can't live in China without one, basically. So I have one. So I was able to log in, try it out. And then I tried playing it in an emulator. But I actually think once I got used to the phone, it was better on the phone. It was trippy. That's what I'll say. Really trippy to be literally running a Sestasha run on your phone and just thinking it's on my phone. I'm doing this on my phone. It was very, very... Oh, Sim is just thinking of going to sleep. Oh no! Go to sleep, Sim. Don't stay up for me. Miro has been running Mario Kart 64. That's pretty classic, Miro. It's pretty classic. Dane disappears into a smoke bomb. Speaking of Party, she's somewhere around here, but I should probably warn her that I'm streaming. But I want to give her a rest. She was really, she was up late playing V Rising with a certain someone. And then, I helped a little. But we basically made breakfast for lunch today. And we had our 2 brothers over for whom we made dinner. Although one of our brothers did do most of the waffles. But anyway, yeah. 14 mobile looks like the most fully functional mobile on the phone to date. Although I don't have data to back that up since I know very little of the MMO mobile market. Black Desert Online, you can play that on your mobile phone. Now, Black Desert Online, which I've tried both on phone and on PC, to me, I bounced off it hard. And I think the problem with it is that they could not get me invested with the story. I have a very specific narrative preference when it comes to video games. And if the video game does not have that kind of a narrative, I'm going to walk away and forget. And if you add in what feels like a random slog of just going to one place to another place, fighting something, going to another place, fighting something. Sorry, guys. I may have forgotten to take my allergy medication today. Anyway, I tried BDO and I could not get into BDO. But you can play BDO on your phone. And I think BDO does have, like, player housing and things like that. So it's a comprehensive experience. I wouldn't doubt it. So I'm going to say BDO is probably one of those MMOs that could make it into the mobile game market. Second mobile game that I played that was an MMO, like an actual MMO, was Eve Echoes. And playing Eve Echoes was something that I did for about a year and a half. Now that has even less of a narrative than BDO, but I got into Eve Echoes because I really love space. And the way Eve Echoes first came out, I was one of the early adopters, if you will. The way it forces people to basically join a corp, and the politics that the players in the early days came up with made a myth of its own, made a narrative of its own. And it felt good to play with people. But there was a level of personal investment that I couldn't fully get into it because my character wasn't really me. I didn't feel connected to the character. There was I'm going to say there was no narrative. There's lore, there's no narrative. And the ability to express yourself with fashion and with your housing, it was non-existent. It doesn't exist in that game. Nor am I saying that it should, by the way. I need to be clear on that one. And although I loved the people that I worked with and I worked for, and I have deepest respect for them, it got to a point where I was wondering, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Because it's a PvP focused game, and everyone knows how shitty I am, and I began to wonder, like, what impact, like, how am I even mattering at this point? Like, am I a waste of space on the screen? Do I even want to be here? Am I ready to sink my life into 6-hour ops at a time? And it kind of came down to, no, I can't do this. And at the same time, one of my corp mates recommended to me Final Fantasy XIV because I was talking about how I wanted a house and I wanted glam. And I wanted to work with people, but I didn't want to work with people too much, but I didn't want to work with people too little. So I didn't want to be in BDO, where I felt like completely shut off from the community. But I didn't want to work in Eve Echoes, where you have to work within a community to really survive. So that's where I feel like 14 is like my beautiful sweet spot, where you know, where like you can have your solo play and you can have your group play, and you can choose how much of that you want. And I don't care if people shit on 14. It's working for me right now. Like, especially right now where I am in my life and what's going on in my life right now, what I'm trying to do in my life right now. I'm sure that there are some of you who are also feeling the same way. We don't have time to grind our life away. We can only give a couple hours here and there. And we have other things weighing us down or even distracting us in a pleasurable kind of way. So that's where I really love 14. Like, that's where it really works for me. I don't want to have to be fighting FOMO all the time. The only FOMO in 14 that I find happens is in some Tombstone events. you might see the 100 Tombstone item, right? But usually that will go in the cash shop and you can pick it up for you know, a little bit of money or wait for a sale. So if push comes to shove, it's not gone. And then in terms of PvP, that's where I think the FOMO is. If you really wanted a certain set in PvP and you don't do the PvP for that season, you kind of are fucked. But I heard that they're considering making changes to that. I think I talked about it with Jonathan, and I more or less agree with him. They should provide the old sets, but maybe recolor them. Or make the old sets dyeable and make the new sets not dyeable, so that it's very clear who had the original set and who is bottom feeder grinding for the missing sets, right? So, yeah. So yeah, the Final Fantasy XIV mobile, one of these days I'll hop on and I'll show you guys. It is interesting. I already made friends with the Chinese Catboy. I haven't talked to them much, but we were like emoting at each other and it was very fun while we were doing a Fate event. The way they do Fates in the game, very interesting. Mr. Happy mentioned it in his recent video. I knew Mr. Happy was going to, like, I knew that if Mione and Mr. Happy, if Zepla, if Xenos, if all of these other people played the mobile game, they would come back singing praises about the Fates. The Fate system, the way they're doing the Fates is different. There's other little things that are happening that are very different. You get your Chocobo within the 7th... I swear to you, within half an hour, you have your Chocobo. But it can't fly. In order for your Chocobo to fly, you have to gather the Aether Currents for that zone. And then you can fly in the zone. You don't have to wait till Quest 50 to fly. Now, I have some mixed feelings about that. I have some very mixed feelings about giving mounts and flying early in an MMO. I think that's a mistake, in my opinion. But if you're going for a mobile audience, it's a must, I think. So, yeah. Yeah, Dane says, yeah, she said she's gonna nap today. Yeah, she was like, oh, I'm gonna go for a nap. I was like, okay. And then she was like, we're gonna, like, do this or that. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, let's see. I think she's still lying down. But I will say the MMO, as it is right now, is gorgeous. It's beautiful. The interface is amazing. There's so many quality of life features. It's a beautiful MMO app. It just is. I got the ROM for Road Rash as well. Don't know Road Rash, but glad for you. I have no idea. I'm guessing Dane enjoyed V Rising. That's all I'm gonna say. But I do know that FF14 Mobile is suffering from a bot problem, as expected. Oh, guys. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Here. View details, actually. That's what we want to do. No. Is it? Oh, yeah. Wait 1 sec. Can you see the bots? You can see I'm trying to control with my controller. in the emulator. This is not on my phone. You can see who's bot, who is not. The Derplander has literally been changed into a bot. It's great. I don't know why they're using yours. I'm so used to seeing Lalas as being bots. It's just wild to me. Like, why do they use the Derplander as the bot? I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, so that's... Yeah, I'm not saying that maybe... But, like, come on now. Like, most of these gotta be bots, right? Yeah. So... Some of them feel like they aren't bots, but some of them definitely look like they are bots. Yeah. Pretty crazy. But that's how much it's popping off. Like, that's how much it's popping off. In the game. That's in Ul'dah. I think I just played for like a couple minutes. And that's how much it was popping off. With the bots specifically. So they need to fix that. They need to get a way to figure this out. Not because I think this is particularly annoying insofar as how can I say this? It's good to see an active game. The problem, especially when you're at the beginning, when you're just launching a game, this is what you're going to see, right? And as you can see, there's pop in and pop out because they already have in place the system that they put into 14 where you can basically block off people that are around the NPC so you can access the NPC quicker. That's great. That's fine. No problem with that. The issue is, of course, like what it would do to the economy and stuff. So I think they recently came out with guild charging for using the marketplace or something. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know how that's... Good luck to them. Good luck. I hope 8.0 blows us all away. The game needs a huge shakeup. Oh man. We need to do an FF14 stream where we break it down. I'm very close, guys. I'm so close. I am very close to finishing my initial data search. I'm very, very close to finishing my initial data search. So as people know, I've been breaking down some data. So this is my data research. But I decided to go above and beyond. I'm going above and beyond, chat, for you guys. So what I'm going to do is I've done almost all of my initial research for all of the expansions. I'm halfway done through Dawntrail, so I need to finish that soon. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another extensive look from 1 to 50. And the reason why I chose that is because at level 50 in Dawntrail, this is considered to be the turn of the century. This is where most people think that this game turned around in that expansion. So I figured we should really go right up to 50 and look at all of this in between. So I am going to maybe actually replay the game up to level 50. And the reason why I have to do that is because unlike A Realm Reborn, which has a lot of this data can be easily parsed from reading the quest and looking at the quest stuff, in Dawntrail, there's not as much data yet. It still is a fairly fresh expansion, so people haven't sat down to really document it. And maybe also there's a lack of interest in doing so. So I'm going to do it for Realm Reborn, because A Realm Reborn and Dawntrail ought to share. Okay, that's the key word here. Ought to share similarities. And then I'm going to do something crazy, which is I'm going to take Shadowbringers and I'm going to do a 1 through 50 as well. So I'm going to sit down and I'm going to crunch Shadowbringers as well, because even though I personally don't think that narratively Shadowbringers is... it's peak. But it's not peak for the reasons that I like stories to be peak. So anyhow, but it's still peak. Like, I will say it's peak. So anyhow, but it is considered to be everyone's favorite, basically. Now, it's not my personal favorite, but it is peak. So I'm going to actually put Shadowbringers up against A Realm Reborn and Dawntrail. So I am crunching. So this is one reason why I don't have fucking time to sit around and grind in a game forever and ever. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So this is what I'm doing. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I have, look at all of these pie charts, chat. All of these pie charts. And I'm making them into a PowerPoint. So we're actually going to take a look at this before I even talk about what is going on. Before I even talk about what's going on in Dawntrail, we need to talk. This is a sneak peek, chat. But I think we can see a trend here. Now, remember, Dawntrail's not yet done. I've not yet finished my examination of Dawntrail here. So this blue line here is not finished. But I think we can see we have a situation we have a situation here. So this, in case people can't see, I don't know if people can see because it's quite small. But you guys can see where I'm going with this. Total cutscenes. Total cutscenes. In the opening. So some of this data I think is not yet refreshed. So I have to refresh some of this data. But this is where we're at right now. Average steps per quest. I actually had to use ChatGPT to help me calculate the average steps per quest. So what I did is I counted the steps per quest. I counted how many steps there were. So how many steps in overall. And then I have a formula up here. I also have like count if formulas, some formulas. Like amount walked or how many segments. Shay. Segments. Yeah. TLDR, I discovered that Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail have a very high amount of steps per quest. But look at Heavensward. Oh, sorry. Is it Realm Reborn? Wait a minute. We're missing Heavensward. Yeah, I need to refresh this. Wait 1 second. Where is Heavensward? Heavensward should be on that thing there. Gotta... Heavensward. Chart. Move chart over. Column chart. Data range. Go like this. That. Yeah, here we go. This is what we're talking about. Now, you might be going, Chieko, what does that have to do with anything? Well, if we're thinking about pacing in a game, there's a certain energy that can come from hearing the dopamine hit of a quest complete. And after a certain team consolidated around a certain person in the team, we are seeing it go from a low of 3 steps per quest, 3.26 steps per quest, 3.04 steps per quest, up to 5.24 per quest. So in my opinion, part of this issue is literally the feeling, like the feeling of going in through a slogging. And it starts in Shadowbringers. Yeah. So let's just say we're gonna this is going places, guys. So anyhow, I'm doing this as preparation to talk about some issues that I'm seeing in Final Fantasy as a whole. And I'm not shitting on this game in the sense that I think it's fun and I want to get clicks. I am coming at this from a data perspective. I'm coming at this from as someone who loves narrative, and I will stand by the fact that the first 5 expansions of Final Fantasy XIV taken together represent one of the best stories ever told. However, Dawntrail, we can't say that yet about it because it's just the start. So I don't want to shit on Dawntrail. But I don't want the team to suddenly just start doing things. I want them to look at this kind of data and ask themselves, maybe we should return to our roots. And maybe we should leave these heavier expansions toward the end when the players are more invested. We need to go back to the short dopamine hits of A Realm Reborn. I can't believe I'm saying short dopamine hits of A Realm Reborn. But we need to go back to A Realm Reborn. And for some of you who played A Realm Reborn before the changes, you're like, oh my god, oh, A Realm Reborn, oh. No, A Realm Reborn now, peak. Really good. Really good. Could be worse. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so how is everyone? Oh, Shay is in here. Oh, hello, Shay. What the H-bomb is going on here? We were looking at bots, I think. Yeah, 14 is perfect for me right now, especially with Occult. Yeah, I didn't engage with Occult Crescent all that much beyond the first stream. I'm going to be frank. I went and I ground out my Atma in Fates. I preferred that because it had different music. I could go in. I could enjoy different music. I'm going to be frank. Working with Miro on occasion, working with Ben on occasion, made the experience much, much more better. And I think that's the problem. Occult Crescent, in my opinion, only feels good if you are a great player or if you have lots of friends. If you are not a great player and if you don't have lots of friends in the game, it's going to feel not good. And we've talked about this, right? Shay has talked about this. I think even Wooly would agree that why are you playing an MMO if you aren't wanting to play with other people? That is a good question. And that's a question I have to think about. But I definitely know I'm one of those people who hates human company in general, but loves being in a city. So I like being in human company, but I don't like to be part of human company. I want it on the edge of my peripheral. And that's a weird place to be in. And I think there are other people like me who feel that way. But it does beg a question that maybe people like me shouldn't have a voice in terms of how the game should be created. And therefore, my expression of how I define or how I critique Final Fantasy XIV has to take into consideration that maybe fundamentally this game isn't made for me, But currently at this point in time, it does work for me in terms of how they are handling content releases or content drip or lack of FOMO. All of that kind of stuff works for me. But maybe there's an aspect where I should be more outgoing and I should just try my best to talk to people. And that's a me problem. That's not the MMO's fault. So that's why I'm not shitting on Occult Crescent. I don't think, you know, beyond the issues with Occult that people have already pointed out, that's why I'm not complaining about it. But when people say, oh, like, I think it's fantastic and I'm enjoying it, I would say it was okay, but I ended up not engaging with that content, which is interesting. Oh, hello, R.A. Morley. Sorry. And hello, Wooly. Wooly. Hello, Wooly. Wooly says hello, streamer and chatlings. I wish I could have like Wooly's voice on like a little sound box, because then I think my channel would be instantly elevated. It would just be called the Liam Neeson voice. The Wooly Neeson. The Wooly Neeson voice. Hope you're having a phenomenal day. I hope you're having a phenomenal day. I'm having a... I just sighed. I'm having an okay day. Okay? I'm having an okay day. I've been a bit under the weather lately. But I am coping. I'm trying to get some writing done. I've got a lot of work. I got a lot of different things I'm juggling right now. So I shared a list with some people in my life, and they were like, that's a big list, and I need to get that list done. So we can expect your 14 magnum opus 2027. Oh, I'm so called out. But yes, Willie, I will try to get some part of it done this year. I'm going to try, guys. I am genuinely chipping away at it. It's just that when I guess I could just throw together a video and be like, this is what I liked, this is what I didn't like. But is that why chat is here? Is chat here for just like another average YouTube take, or is chat not here for the tism that is Chieko, right? I gotta believe it's the latter. But you let me know in chat, guys, if you, does chat want me to just put something out? Is that what people want? If people want that, I'll put it out. It's just I'd like to kind of put out something that's going to take 7 videos to make. I don't know. More like 2050 at this rate? Yeah. Miro's scathing commentary. Epic's looking forward to that comparison. Ben's like, so many charts. Ben knows how much I love me a spreadsheet. We looked at the data, and what we found surprised us. Actually, Sim, when I started talking about this issue, I had a gut feeling. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to check my gut feeling. And when I checked it, the gut feeling was more or less correct. There were some surprises, and the surprise was Stormblood. Surprisingly, surprise was Stormblood. But in general, I would say it started to concretize some of my gut feelings about the whole situation. I'm frightened, but we drag out charts for funsies and WoW all the time. Do you, Shay? Probably not for something as intense as whatever this is. Yeah, so there's a lot of discussion right now about our recent expansion, Shay. Just like, you know, you guys in WoW also have a lot of feelings about your expansion. Especially with, like, the video of the 2 women fighting with swords, which was hilarious. Not that women couldn't, like, fight each other with swords, honestly, but it's just, the way that they went at it was just kind of cringe. But anyhow, I think, like, when people start talking about oh, I like this, oh, I like that. There's something useful there. But I think as well, I kind of want to know why. Why am I feeling this way about something? Wait 1 second. Maybe I should, I don't know, be able to blink at least by turning my webcam, you know, lifting up the little flap so the webcam can now blink at you. Blink, 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 blink. Anyway, I can't imagine doing this for most MMOs, but I wonder if WoW Head has recorded somewhere. I don't know. My brain is broken contemplating the monument task of calculating the average length of quest chains per XPack. Yes, so the thing about this Shay is MSQ is very very straightforward. And so, dare I say, formulaic. And so I wanted to sit down and do it, but it has taken me some time. It has. It genuinely did. And of course, I had the crazy idea of actually physically playing through as Nico. And I'm counting even how many times. Yeah, anyway, it's been a little bit. I've been paddling away like a little duck. I've been paddling away like a little duck with her feet under the water. I know I sound quiet, but I'm paddling away. I've never given this much empirical thought to anything in my life, which is probably why I'm still poor and working multiple jobs. Ari Morley, I have bad news to break to you. I'm still Pavo, and I am also working multiple jobs. But I'm hoping that one day I can leverage my ability to crunch data into something. My brother might hook me up with getting into bookkeeping. I like to select who I'm playing with rather than 100 randos. I agree, Morley. Solo grinding, open fates, world fates to finish my Dammy Abbott grind was not fun. Yeah, I did a lot of it on my own, and I thought it was okay. I put YouTube on, or I listened to the music of the zone. It was better than Occult Crescent, that's all I'm going to say. You want the energy, but not the interaction, asked Shay. Yes. Yeah. I like the energy of a busy place, but I don't like the interaction of a busy place. That's a hell of a spreadsheet. It is. Yes. Hello, party. Welcome in. You don't like being alone, but being by yourself, as the comedian Patrice O'Neill would say. Yes. Absolutely. I did Occult entirely as a solo player, except I just said literally, looking for party please for critical event. The W's are not typos, just to make sure I got raised faster. I was also slow. Yeah. Here's the thing. People want grind in 14, and then when the grind happens, they're like, oh my god, now I have the grind. Oh my god. So it's kind of like, are we ever, or maybe they're two separate groups of people. The people who don't want the grind, and then the people who do want the grind, and then they each take turns complaining. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I didn't even join parties for OC. I just change. Yeah, see, Jonathan is one of those, like, god tier gamers who can just, like, you know, do everything. And you need sleep. Yeah, I wish I didn't need sleep. Definitely the tism. Oh my lord. Called out by my own sister. I mean, I'm here for the avatar. Do you like the avatar today? It's blinking. It's blinking at you. I want you to put yourself out there so you get discovered. Yeah, well, this will probably either enrage people or bore them to tears. I'm here to see how long it takes you to a video react. I want her to make a video that Baldy reacts to. Oh, Asmongold. Roach King, may he reign forever. Listen, trailblaze for me. Make it easier for me when it's my time, Lamau. You know, that's where I do want to say legitimately, as time goes on, I might reach out to people like Epic, people like Morley, even people like Herman, who in my opinion is still ahead of me. But I want to be able to have a little, you know how like people do sponsors at the end of videos. I would love to do little shout outs of, you know, people in our community who have made something, like a book, who want to sell a book. I think it would be fantastic if I could promote other people's writing as well as my own, should I ever, reveal to you what I'm working on. Chieko needs a video that's not longer than 10 minutes for Baldy to even consider it. Yeah, I just struggle with making a 10-minute video. I tried recently, and I still think I got closer to like 20 minutes to half an hour. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think part of it is like I either ramble or I get too detailed. It's like I'm allergic to generalizing about something. Like I struggle with, I don't know. Anyway, I will randomly pie chart shit, so I have no room to talk, and I'm here because I sensed an educated, objective, sincere gamer put with narrative design focused take. Like, fun is important, and pie charts are fun in determining why. Yeah, like, I definitely think, like, we need to ask ourselves, why is something happening? Instead of just sitting around and blaming. And I hate to say this, there were some people who were quite... I just think that some people got really, really, dare I say the word, toxic toward the writers for Dawntrail. And I just don't think that's where we should be directing our concerns. They're not the problem. Management is the ones who need to be called out and who are responsible. We need to call out the person who was in charge of the writers, and we need to call out the person who was in charge of the person who was in charge of the writers, aka Yoshi P and Ishikawa. And people are not going to want to hear that. People are not going to want to hear that. So I'm probably going to make some people a little upset. So that's another reason why I'm being very careful, is because I want to get all my ducks in a row and I want to make a really solid case. And I'm a little stressed out because before you start calling someone out, or not even calling them out, but saying, hey, we have a problem here and it is systemic. So once again, going back to Jonathan's thing, he said 8.0 needs to be massive change. 7.0 was not the massive change people imagined. And there were some people who were imagining some pretty wild shit. So that's where I'm like, we need to, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about how everything is diverging, I guess. But we'll see. But I'm probably most interested in what you enjoy or don't in a game's narrative, what you think about it objectively, what you change or keep. Yeah. So, Shay, I'm also... on top of all of this pie charting that I'm doing, I also have a special notebook, and it's for WoW. I have been taking notes. Yeah, it's unbelievable, but maybe it's not unbelievable. Let's be real. It's over here. 1 second. So it's a dotted grid notebook, and the first line says, "Cutscene I have no clue about." And then I say, Emberthal tells us our master is dead. He lied to us supposedly, and now we are air quote free. And then this third line says, going from zone to zone feels seamless. And then the next line says, figuring out start is almost impossible. Time walking is confusing. No cutscene. I went to Elwyn Forest and just started talking to people. I find the church castle place and get to work killing mobs. Why? No real idea. I killed pigs, did shit, no real connection. Then Hogger, I killed him, some folks showed up in World and talked. My eyes weren't glued on the screen, I'd have missed it. Can't take notes as I go. And then I wrote, King Varian Rin is mocked. We kill a guy, James Clark, for killing the pig, but we were the ones who killed it, but he's bad, so it's okay. I actually like that part. We killed the pig, and we're sent to kill someone who supposedly killed the pig, but we know we killed the pig, but we kill him anyway. It's great. It's, you know, very great. So, yeah. So those are some of my notes. Yeah. Let's see. It was better than OC. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Miro. Next time we'll try to match up a bit more, but we'll see. The thing about me is if I do grinding, it's when you're sleeping. That's just the less than half. Wait a minute. Is my microphone turned around? OMG, it was. Holy shit. That must have sounded terrible. I'm turning my mic around. Hopefully it sounds better now. Wait 1 second. I just gotta do something. Okay. It doesn't get better. You can be a manager, grind 220 hours a month, and watch your paycheck disappear into the void. That's true. I mean, here's the thing. Wooly's absolutely right. Like, at the end of the day, I think you have to balance. You have to ask yourself, what is my priority in life? What do I want to do? And then learn to live with the consequences of that choice that you made. If you want to dismantle a game to its nuts and bolts, says Shay, examine them for everyone. I think you totally should. Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. I'm so glad chat is like encouraging me in my madness. Work smarter, not harder. Tell them to come buy me scones. Why does the Goblin King of Gamers, the bald ones, first and last of the line, trigger some people so much? I think part of the issue with Asmon, if it's even an issue, is that in some ways he is someone who is in between. And I was talking about this with someone the other day where I said I struggle with sometimes being 100% honest with some people because in my life, because it is hard to stand in the middle of something. And you get a lot of flack when you stand in the middle or when you have differing opinions from any one group. Because most people in society hold to their ideas very strongly, and Lord forbid someone else hold to a different viewpoint. And then you meet someone who might agree with you 50%, but then they agree with your enemy 50%. So then you start treating them like your enemy because they only agree with you 50%. If that makes sense. Like we've seen this whole thing go down with H3 and Hassan, and all of those people. And Hassan and H3 on many levels are 100% on the same side of the picket line. But because of one detail, suddenly they're like, we're enemies. It's like, holy moly. That's what I'm talking about. Like the dying on a hill, you know, over one thing. Like, suddenly I can't talk to you, haram. It's like, okay. Like, is that really how we want to go about it? Whereas I think Asmon is perfectly fine with living with someone, with people. He's like the cat lying back, you know, gif that I love, where he has come to terms with the fact that there's tons of people in this world who are going to make decisions he hates, and he's going to live with them. And he's only going to attack their ideas, not who they are as people. And I think because of that more reasonable stance, I think a lot of people who are tied to their beliefs in such a degree, they are unable to accept or comprehend that someone may separate a person from other things that they might believe in, and they just focus on the things that they don't believe in. It's like J.K. Rowling, right? So like she said a few things that people didn't agree with, and suddenly everyone's throwing her under the bus. Like everyone in the media, I should qualify that. Everyone in the media, a lot of influencers are throwing her under the bus, lying about what she said. And I found myself at one point defending J.K. Rowling. And I was never a J.K. Rowling fan. I had issues with her books, even way back in the day. And I'm not talking about the Christian issues either. I disliked how the Christians went about handling J.K. Rowling. And I disliked left-wingers and how they handled J.K. Rowling. I have my own concerns about J.K. Rowling's series. It has nothing whatsoever to do with whatever the Christians are talking about. It has nothing whatsoever to do with whatever the left-wingers are talking about. And that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. So then you have people who are like, oh, I can't read Harry Potter because, you know, J.K. said some things. She might be bad. It's like, grow the fuck up. Like, I've heard people like that talk in I knew people in university who shamed a whole room of grown-ass adults for reading Harry Potter. And this annoying and abrasive individual tried to shame the professor for admitting that they enjoyed Harry Potter. And that happened in a 4th year course where we're supposed to be academic. Like we're supposed to be doing our job, being academic, being objective, looking objectively at texts. And this is where we're at. We're at virtue signaling in a 4th year literature class. And this is why no one takes literature seriously, because it's become a complete shit show. And you can come and go at me all you want. You can press X to doubt. But I'm telling you, this is how bad it can get. And that's why I think people don't like Asmongold. Because Asmongold would be the type to say, hey, maybe she said something incorrectly, but she's right about this or that. And Lord forbid that you accept that one part of that person's life might be actually, or one part of what that person said might actually have validity. Lord forbid you say that. Oh my Lord. Anyway, so yeah. It's fun to see you respond to what you thought about individual zone narratives in various games. Oh, it would be fun. Yeah. I'm going to be doing it for, Shay. So Shay, Miro, I don't know who else is a WoW person. You'll be very glad to know that I have finally sketched out an outline for a video where I'm going to go through some of the zones, the early zones. And what I decided to do is I would talk about the zones in groups. So like I would talk about 3 to 4 zones at a time. And just kind of break down some of what worked for me and what didn't. So you can look forward to that, Shay. Because those people have been programmed with mollycoddled toxic positivity born rage by the educational system. See, Shay and I, we're like mind melding at this point. I knew some Final Fantasy XIV players who refused to hear any criticism of Dawntrail whatsoever. The great community. Yeah. So I think we can be critical without being toxic. And I also think we can be critical without being hyperbolic. And one thing that the toxic positivity crowd does have is that they are reacting largely to some of the hyperbolic statements made by the critics. Because there has been some hyperbolic stuff. There has been double standards. Because although we can be critical of 14, I think that some people who have experienced personal burnout or stuff like that have, on occasion, focused only on the negative and have not been appropriately positive where positivity is due. And so there are some things that happen during Endwalker, for example, that like the amount of positive changes in Endwalker that increase the quality of life in the smallest kinds of ways happen during Endwalker. And a lot of people, when you tell them, oh, this happened in Endwalker, that happened in Endwalker, that happened in Endwalker,
That happened they did that in Endwalker. A lot of people go, oh yeah, that's right, wasn't it? And I have seen people saying things like the devs are lazy and things like that, and that's not helpful. And that's where I kind of get a little, I'm not the toxic positive. I hope I would never be part of the toxic positive group. But I understand why the toxic positivity group is reacting strongly to these things, because some of it is downright unhelpful and gross. There are many, many ways to talk about your disappointment about a game. Some of those ways are not helpful. They're hyperbolic, and they are also mean and genuinely cruel. And people need to, like, you know, check themselves on both sides of the debate. Talking about Asmon, Party says maybe he speaks the truth, has a good head on his shoulders, even though his life is kind of horrifying and messing. So they don't like how he's the opposite of our curated social media. Yeah, he's definitely not as curated. Okay, so Party and Ben officially are going to be talking about Apothecary Diaries in voice chat at some point. It was just quiet, not like you muted yourself for half an hour. Oh my lord, Ben, get the fuck out of here. People use centrist as a derogatory term these days. Yeah, Jonathan. It annoys me a little bit because we can be critical without losing our mind. And we can also accept without losing our mind. You know, like, surely it's been entertaining. The extreme left will destroy each other. Yeah. Hassan and the people like him aren't 50% on the side of relatively moderate people like Socdems. They intentionally lie about being compatible to take little bits of power while undermining them. Yeah, once again, I don't have my finger on the pulse of Hassan, but what I will say is, like, it's crazy how people can split from other people over the smallest things. There was a minor scuffer in the anti-woke crowd when Christian gamers dared suggest focusing on jiggle physics is short-sighted. Wooly, are you trying to say that the okay, so the anti-woke crowd who is embracing the jiggle physics, including Asmongold himself to a certain degree, let's all be real here, we're embracing jiggle physics as kind of the reaction to the air quote ugly females that are being made in video games. Some of them are genuinely like, what happened, this looks homeless, but some of them are fine. They just don't look glamorized, if that makes sense. And so then the Christian gamer crowd came out and said, yeah, we're fine with less jiggle physics. Yeah, I could see how they're suddenly the anti-woke crowd who'd been probably on some sort of I'm a conservative high horse probably got a reality check that there's actually more conservative people out there. Lamau. Also, people criticizing Rowling never read what she actually said. Yeah, it's crazy. A broken phone thing where nobody knows what she said, even though it'll take you 5 seconds to figure it out. It's insane, Leo, how many people repeated lies about her. It's insane. They don't even know what she said, and then they make up what she said. It's mind-blowing, Leo. Mind-blowing. You know, I also thought of doing a sort of MMO spree where I test and compare different MMOs to theorcraft the perfect MMO. Yeah, I mean, I did quite a list. I got through quite a list of different MMOs, both on my phone and on my computer. And I definitely know what I want. And I definitely know where it fails for me. But does that mean that I know what is objectively a best MMO and what is objectively not a best MMO? I wouldn't say I would know that. But I would definitely know what I need from an MMO. That's for sure. It's going to take an existing IP more universal than Warcraft, LOTRO, or Star Wars. Yeah. The discourse around FFT is kind of crazy too. Creative Unit 3 rebuilt the entire game from the ground up, rewrote the entire script with voice dialogue in mind, and people still call it lazy and no effort. Oh my lord, Jonathan, no. What? Wait. So I just did a video, as you guys know. I discovered from various things that for some bizarre reason back in the day, the code, okay, like the actual files for Final Fantasy Tactic Ogre had been lost. Now, someone pointed out in the comment section on my video that it was just corp speak for saying we fucked up and we had to redo everything, okay? This is the insanity of the, well, I mean, like, are we surprised at this point? But here, however, we start developing the title. This isn't to say they were mishandled or poorly managed, he says. Well, some people are pressing X to doubt on that. In those days, we didn't have the sort of robust resource management tools that exist today. On top of that, production of workflow of the game was such the Japanese version was produced first, and then we would create localized versions by overwriting the data with that of other languages, including English. So long story short, they fucked themselves. And so as a result, they didn't have any master data or source code. Now, you could say it was corp mismanagement, or you could say it was just what was done at the time. I don't care, okay? I'm not here to play the blame game. But what I am trying to suggest is, like, they had to build this thing from the ground up all over again and recreate it with all of the old assets. I'm assuming they had to somehow rip the assets out of what versions they could get their hands on and then recreate the rest. And they have two versions, the new version and the old version. So if you don't want to play the new graphics, you can play the old graphics for Tactic Reborn. And Jonathan is saying here, okay, let's read this again. The discourse around Final Fantasy Tactics Ogre is kind of crazy too. Creative Unit 3 rebuilt the entire game from the ground up, rewrote the entire script with voice dialogue in mind, and people still call it lazy and no effort. Those people are ignorant. They literally have not done any research. There's definitely a lack of tolerance. There is. Yeah, I agree, Emmy. Like, Lord forbid you have like one step sideways from somebody. You have to agree with them 110%. It's like being back in, like, high school. ESO's personality system plus Guild War II's wardrobe type theater crafting. Narrative is important, though. Yeah. Yeah. There's no perfect MMO. If there was, our MMORPG wouldn't be a shit show. Secret World Legends. What is that? I think that's a lot of WoW's problem, for example, trying to solve all these other problems and become the ideal, but letting the narrative go splat. So here's the thing, Shay, is going for an MMO that appeals for everyone is a fine ideal, I suppose. You know, I appreciate it because that means then I can join an MMO. But, like you said, a narrative is the secret sauce, in my opinion, to everything. Because narrative gives you the energy to invest back into the game. And people who tell themselves that they are there for the combat or the gameplay, in my opinion, can be bought and sold. They can be bought and sold by another game that has equally good gameplay and combat. So in my opinion, the people who are simply there for gameplay and combat are, as far as I'm concerned, helpful for the community, important for the community, but they need to be their opinions and responses need to be treated with a grain of salt. Because as soon as there is a better game with better, let's say better graphics or better combat or better gameplay systems than yours, they're gonna jet. They're gonna go. And many of those gamers are going to hop between games. So really, the crowd that you want to get in there to suck them dry of their money is you want the narrative lore people who get super parasocial about the narrative. And then you want to get the raiders who also care enough about the narrative to kind of invest in their character and want to stay with that character forever. And once you get those groups of people, like somewhere between the casuals and the mid-cores, I think then you're locked and loaded financially. And that's why I think narrative is important, even for an MMO or for a mobile game. Because if the narrative doesn't make sense, you're going to lose investment from people. People are just not going to be invested. As soon as a better game comes along with interesting or different dynamic gameplay, they're gone. They're gone. And if the other game appears to have a better story, they're gone as well. So it's like you really should have a great narrative and great gameplay, obviously. You want best of both worlds. But I feel like if the gameplay is, let's say, an 8 and the narrative is a 9, you're still in a good position. If the gameplay is a 6 and you're a 9 narrative, you still can get by sometimes, depending on, let's say, how much of your player base is casual. If it's a casual player base, if more and more people have aged out of hardcore content because of their life responsibilities, then you might even get away with like a 9 narrative and a 6 or 7 combat in terms of like quality or quality of combat, quality of gameplay systems. But if your narrative takes a hit and your combat is taking a hit, then that's where I think you're in hot water. You're in big doo-doo. And I think that is where Dawntrail is currently sitting at. I still say plenty in person. Emmy is one of those few people who's not afraid to wrestle with something if she has to wrestle with them. Final Fantasy Tactics Ogre is a different game. Yeah, Tactics Ogre. That's what I meant. I sometimes start writing on a video, but almost always end up doing it because there's just no point. That's one way to deal with frustration. Heaven's Ward isn't about the endless war between elves and dragons, but the endless war between Israel and Palestine. I hate navigating human sociology. It's impossible to be the better person when the mob is effectively driving society off a cliff, but they think the same thing about you. Yeah, I mean, humans are annoying. That's why I'm black-pilled. How do you know being outside the mob isn't still part of it? You're not part of the mob, Leo, but it's kind of like what Emmy once told me about my mother, right? So I once told Emmy that I never wanted to be like my mother. And she pointed out to me that because I was forming my life around not being like my mother, in capitals, you can imagine that in capitals, not being like my mother, my life was therefore formed by my mother insofar as I was living opposite to what my mother represents. So I could not escape my mother even by not trying to be like my mother, if that makes sense. The key to freeing yourself from whatever it is that you don't want to be is to accept the parts of yourself that is like them and to accept the parts of yourself that is not like them. And that's how you're truly independent of the mob. Because simply being reactive to the mob is allowing yourself to be formed by the mob in reaction. So you're not part of the mob, but you are part of the shadow of the mob. And that is still being trapped. You're still trapped in the cage. And that is how it is. Emmy says, do I care enough about this person to try and educate them? Nope. Probably not today. Yeah. There was a YouTube poll someone popular put out lately asking one thing would make them finish a game when they were thinking about giving up, and 80% answered the narrative. That's what I'm saying, Shay. I just think that the narrative, if it's done well, will get you invested. And if at any point the narrative starts failing, people are going to struggle. They're going to struggle. And that's why narrative is important. And you can come to me and tell me, oh, I don't need narrative, I'm just a gamer bro. You are probably the most easily bought person on the planet as far as I'm concerned. If that's what you really are, if you're literally there to see numbers go up, you're going to hop from game to game to see numbers go up. You're not going to stay faithful to a game. And I'm not trying to shame those people who are just there to see numbers go up. By the way, I just need to clarify that, okay? Like, I'm not trying to shame those types of gamers, but what I'm trying to suggest is if you're trying to build a long-term business model where you're sucking people dry of their money, narrative is the medicine, you know, it's the sugar spoonful of sugar that makes the medicine go down. You know what I'm saying? It's the delusion that people buy into. And that's what narrative is. It's true about all things in life. And Karl Marx hated it, but he has to understand that Karl Marx said religion was the opiate of the masses. He's wrong. Narrative is the opiate of the masses. That's what postmodern critical theory was trying to say. It was trying to say that narratives, meta-narratives is what they called it, is the opiate of the masses. But here's the thing. The destruction of the one meta-narrative to make way for another meta-narrative is in itself a meta-narrative, and it also is the opiate of the masses. So the thing is you can't escape it. You can't escape the wheel. This is the wheel. This is karma, not like karma, I'm not meaning that way. I mean, like, you know, the wheel of samsara, if you will. It's the wheel of the narrative. Never tell yourself you can escape the narrative. You're going to be part of a narrative. It's just how reactive is your narrative and how much did you choose. And I hate to break it, but I think most people think that they chose, but most of it is reactive. And even I chose certain things out of reaction. That's how it is. That's how we go through life. We're reacting, right? You get people who lived a life of venal desires. They were smoking, drinking, laying about, having sex out of the wazoo. They become a Christian and they go full hog to such a degree that they are unable to even be enjoyable to talk to on a daily basis. Because all of the intensity that went into living life large now has gone into their faith, and I appreciate that. I think that's a better position to be headed into, but it can also become just as unhealthy and as imbalanced as being not a Christian, for example. And so that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying you abandon one narrative to accept another narrative, but you can be just as crazy and wild. So, yeah. Does Elder Scrolls gameplay still suck ass? Morrowind was hideous to play, but it won awards, and I dumped so many hours into it for the narrative and side narratives, and we're playing them all narrative. I won't even try another ESO game because Morrowind's so amazing. Can't believe let down by any successor. I've heard people tell me that they love the ESO combat. Okay, I've heard people tell me that. I've played the ESO combat. It's okay for me. All right. Once again, I have to say for me, because it's a subjective opinion, I don't have the qualifications to objectively say whether combat is good or not. For me, let's just say this: neither the narrative as it stood nor the combat drew me back to ESO after I played 12 to 15 hours of it. But maybe that's just a question of me spending more time. Maybe I need to spend 100 hours in the game before it gets good. I won't even... the mob isn't real. It's just a group of individuals thinking they can blame each other but not themselves for their own actions. That's true, too. That's true. But I do think, Epic, there are group... I think, Epic, there are group mentality. I think humans have a group mentality. And it's how our society functions. Traffic wouldn't work if everyone was truly anarchic. So in my opinion, while I do think individualism plays a large role in Western society, we are still at heart a herd animal. While not MMO, many classic games with gameplay that doesn't hold up anymore are still worth playing for the narrative, like KOTOR 1 and 2. Cough, says Shay. Yes. What if you end up with a mob of people blaming themselves? Yeah. Like I said, it's part of performance. Kato Vanilla Revamp is probably a terrible place for you to experience WoW's narrative capability, but Tirisfell Glades and Silver Pine Forest is Horde or solid. Some of the zones are better for cohesive story than others. Yeah, so here's the thing, Shay. I have to agree with Josh Strifehaze that it is not a good thing when you have to tell somebody it's going to get good in a little bit, or you have to just push through and it will get better. It should show promise at an early stage. Now, unlike some people who need to have fun within 5 hours of gameplay, I do think that the greatest stories require patience. And I think classics, for example, require you to discipline your mind to enjoy what is before you. So I'm kind of on the fence on this one, where I don't think you should have to play a certain zone to enjoy the game. If you have to tell someone, oh, you have to go to this certain zone and play with a certain character as a certain race, doing, this or that, in order to enjoy a story in a game, I think that game has a problem. Because the game should reward the player choice regardless of where they went. The Limsa opening quest line should be as good as Ul'dah and as good as Gridania. FYI, I was checking out all three, and I think actually the Limsa storyline quest for the opening has one of the more powerful stories with the son with his father. Right? So, there some of the opening quests for Final Fantasy XIV are a bit stronger than others, but it should still give you a baseline where you're still enjoying yourself on some level. And that's the problem I have currently with WoW, is if you're saying to me, well, it's not going to be good unless you do this or that, that's a problem. Because your average person who's going to come in without, a little fairy called Shay on their shoulders, they're not going to know this. And they're going to judge based off of what they've experienced. And that's why I'm here, to be kind of that voice. For the people who are just coming in, they don't know. It's like that one guy. Does everybody remember? I think I mentioned him during one stream. There's this guy who played this WoW BFA. And then he, clicked out and left, and he was a pretty famous streamer, or old school streamer everyone knew. And I think Preach may have reacted to him, or maybe it was Asmongold, I forget which, but it was just people were memeing on this guy, but it's just like, this is what it is. Like, you can come to me and say, oh, it's great in this one section, but it should be not necessarily great, but it should be good enough to whet your appetite to want to go to that other section to experience that. That's where my issues lie. KOTOR 1 to 2, Bloodlines, Planescape Torment, Legacy of Kain. Yeah, I can't wait to play KOTOR 1 and 2, guys. I just have to look up some patches. Apparently, KOTOR 1 and 2 is kind of like broken, and I only have it on Steam. So anyway, it is what it is. So I don't know how that's going to, change anything. I need that story to end. Send me back to Nosgoth game industry. Shay, now we can commiserate over how Amy Hennig was done dirty by the modern game industry at large, and Naughty Dog specifically. Yeah. Amy Hennig is one of those writers who I think is hampered. We're not going to watch it today, but there's a famous clip of Chris Metzen saying that writing at WoW has been democratized, and that is a problem. I think this idea that every writer is equal and every writer should have a say in where the story is going is absolute bullshit. There should be one head person at the top who's responsible, who has a strong vision, whose vision and experience hopefully has, formed them into a powerful enough writer, and they tell the other writers what to write. And they breathe down those writers' necks and make sure that shit is gold. And that's how it should be, in my opinion. None of this democratized writing bullshit. Now, let's say someone comes up and says to the main head writer, hey, we got a little problem here. Or, hey, I had this one idea. What do you think? Then maybe the head writer can go away, think about it, consider it, and then execute on it or not, depending on what the idea is. But at the end of the day, there should be one person at the head pursuing a vision that is designed to satisfy the IP consumers. And this whole 10 cooks in the kitchen kind of bullshit needs to stop. My rage meter, please. Just put KOTOR on easy mode and enjoy the story. Oh, maybe I should do that. ESO plays nearly identical to this actual single-player game, so that's why so many people like it. It's that effective control and fight scheme. Yeah, I personally hate being an archer in that game. I think archery in ESO I hated it. I could never do it. But maybe I'm a better gamer now. And I boot up Skyrim and I'm actually better now. I don't know. But when I was playing Skyrim, let's just say I was... Yeah, and ESO just didn't... Like I said, it didn't hook me, but it doesn't need to. Not all games have to be Chieko coded, you know what I mean? WoW's fault is more about what you choose to play. Every race and some classes have different narrative experience. Rolling a director and getting dumped into the world and just picking somewhere is ugh. Tears Fall and Silver Pilot Forsaken content. If you rolled Undead, the Cat Vanilla revamp is beast mode compared to Elwyn and Westfall. And WoW did try to throttle new players into selected universal starting experiences, but they suck. Harkin. Oh, hello, Harkin. My brother is in chat. We're just talking about gaming narratives, particularly in WoW. The strategy to address section quality with universal content was a flop. Yeah. I'll be honest, I doubt the new Elder Scrolls will be better than the MMO. Yeah, who knows about that? Combat in the MMO is superior by miles. So, if I recall correctly, Ben told me he liked the combat in ESO. So, you can consider that, Shay. You could consider that. I could be absolutely like brain dead on this one. So yeah, I mean, I could load up ESO one day and just do a little run through. I if I recall where I'm at, I'm trying to do the story in order in ESO, but I stopped because, like I said, things got too real in real life. I seriously doubt it would even give me even a third of the customization options, like racial armor skins. Yeah, I will say Guild Wars 2 has phenomenal dye systems. The Guild Wars 2 stuff is great. I just wish the actual graphics of Guild Wars 2 didn't look so special. But it's a beautiful, different kind of special, so I don't want to erase it, but yeah. You just get the prequels if you do that. Which prequels? Archery in Morrowind was literally broken and terrible, and it was always what I played. Yeah, I can't aim. I can't aim. But anyway, all right. So what do we got on the docket today? We're going to start out with, oh, what am I starting out with? I don't even know. Why gamers? Let's start out with why gamers are skeptical about women in gaming industry. Now, first off, I want to say a couple things. Women in the gaming industry is kind of like saying women in the army, in my opinion, because there are many roles in which women could be extremely helpful in the gaming industry. But when we are talking about game development, it is apparent that probably for a lot of programming, you gotta be ready to problem solve to a certain degree on your own. But I have seen the game development rooms that a lot of game developers work in, and they appear to be very large rooms with small cubicles, and people can stand up and walk around and talk to people. So while game development in and of itself is solitary on a more executive level, like on a more functional level, there are ways, I think, in which a lot of game dev studios are even physically built up that encourage open communication because all of the parts of a game are interlocking. So if you change something over here, something over there might have to change. So there is an aspect where creating a larger game, particularly, requires a degree of interface with humans. So the larger the game, I would imagine, hopefully any game developers in chat can correct me on this one, but there is an aspect where the largest games that we know of, like MMOs and these massive open world type games, do require a level of, let's call it, democratization in terms of how people have to work together. And so it's no longer necessarily a person goes off into their corner and does their own stuff on their own. But part of me wonders if maybe that's why indie games are in some ways more coherent, like the ones that have done really well specifically, because the individuals are usually, it's like a smaller, let's just say this, all of the indie games that have been really knocking it out of the park are represented by very focused, united teams of people or couples. And then you have the odd meme game like Schedule 1, for example, or Vampire Survivors that is created by a single individual. So that's why I'm saying is I could see where women can play a part in gaming industry, but I could also see why some people would question whether some women, not all women, obviously not. Amy Hennig is a case in point where you got a woman who knows how to write really well, right? So there are women who know how to write really well in the gaming industry. No one should doubt that. But we could maybe ask, has some of the ways that people have gone about making video games, has it been compromised in some sense? And what, if any, what role, if any role, have women played a part in that compromise? I personally don't think it's a woman problem. I think it's a work ethic and corporate management problem. It's about, in my opinion, I don't think it's the women who are the problem. They're just maybe making it worse because they can't maybe pivot as quickly as maybe solo devs could pivot, solo male devs could pivot. But I personally don't see it as a female problem. I see it as a corporate vision problem where corporate is chasing trends and is janking the creative staff, the teams around, to such a degree that the teams are unable to commit to a project and make anything meaningful. On the other hand, when I look at something like Veilguard, part of me wonders if some studios develop a work culture that is incapable of personal discipline. And this lack of discipline can result in shoddy output as well. So it could be an issue with the folks at the top, but it could equally be an issue with the folks at the bottom. Like it could be a whole, like literally systemic. Now, let's take a look at chat. So chat, get your fingers out, get them typing. Do you think women are what's wrong with the gaming industry? Okay, let's hear it from chat. Okay, let's see. Wait, are we reacting today? Wow. Stream starting 100 minutes later. Oh, wow. Party throwing me under the bus. We are complicit with streamer delay tactics this time. Shay, smiling face. Oh my lord. Leos. Laughing. Dictatorship. Rather than women is activists. It just happened that most activists are women because those are the ones getting their useless college degrees and trying to get into company by DEI quotas. Leo, you are not wrong. I do think that if it is about women, it's probably, like you said, because of DEI and because of the activism that's going on in unis and colleges. Yes, I could see that correlation. Yeah. I wouldn't call Survivors a meme game. This is pretty mild. Yeah, I do eventually get there, Emmy, right? I do get there. Also keep the Stellar Blade body model. I guess most normal women wouldn't want to go into making games, so in reality, you would always have a very few competent women. You would think, Leo, but maybe not. Women are the vector, not the source. I agree, Willie. What is that crown with the number? I have no clue, okay? Now, on my live chat, it says top fans. And Wooly is leading as a top fan. He is now number 1 with 150 XP. Sim is 150 XP, number 2. Leo is number 3, 150 XP. I have no... Guys, I'll show it to you. I don't think you guys can see this. this is something I don't know what has YouTube done. All I can say is that Party is failing for some unknown reason. I don't know why. She's lower down. My own mod is trailing with a whole bunch of people at 75. Like, I don't know what this is. Like, what is this? Did it change? No. What? How? Like, what? How is this happening? I literally don't know why or how. But this is my guess. Okay, everyone? Wooly has been a champ insofar as he has been reacting to almost all of the videos I've put out. He puts out a comment on them. And I think Sim may have recently, and possibly Leo. That's maybe. Maybe. So I'm not sure. See, do you see Shay here? Shay has 150 XP because I definitely know Shay reacted to one of my WoW vids recently. Like, she commented. But when this stream started, Ben had a number 1 because way back in the day, Ben would comment on my videos and say booba. So I'm wondering, depending on who is in the stream and depending on who has commented the most on my videos, that's the person who gets the number 1 crown. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Look, Party got number 3 now. How did that happen? Chat activity at the current moment. We've gone up and down. Okay. We got to grind chat participation to be top alpha dog. Party was late and I made my posts in broken segments of thought instead of paragraphs. Shay's meta is working for her. Okay, so Wooly is correct. Susan is giving us a golden sticker for engaging with the streamer, and Party saying it's chat activity. Okay, so it's chat activity. I wish I could do it so that it would be like video commentary, because I feel like that's also interesting. Anyway, so let's keep going. Women are not what's wrong with the gaming industry. Yes. Shay says yes. Jonathan says yes. I got my fingers typing, but I'm too tired to think up something insightful. Deck, I just want you to be yourselves. Don't worry about trying to be insightful. You can just be like, amen, sister, or something. To be specific, women and effeminate men are more susceptible to carrying water for the message. Yeah. I will yield to Leo's point in so much as to say it's not that women in games are the problem, it's women in games that are not nerdy tomboys who hang with the boys who are in the gaming to change it. Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. I personally, if I found out there's a female on staff, right? Like in Japan, there's tons of females on staff. What are they? Are they secretaries? Right? Right? Are they secretaries? Are they workflow managers? Because there's lots of women who have a good head on their soldiers. Oh wow, shoulders. Are they in HR? Are they in accounting? Because there's tons of women who go into accounting who are fantastic. Party is one of them. So there are lots of different parts of a gaming development company where women absolutely will shine. But if we're talking about game development specifically, I sometimes wonder if Shay and Leo are correct, that there are women who are going into gaming for the express purpose of transforming the space. And the only reason why I wonder about that is because I've heard that kind of word before. It's very similar to how, like, some religious people will talk about, infiltrating certain cultural spaces to spread the message. And I've heard the same kind of rhetoric in university in terms of the woke stuff. So that is, yeah. XP equals stalling incentive. I'm one behind her. I gotta fix that. Okay, so I'm going to just skip everyone's chatting about the chat. Okay, so we now know. Billions of blistering blue barnacles. YouTube is getting weird again. It's an Olympics for chatters. You know what, though, Emmy? This is a step up for YouTube. Because let me tell you, YouTube has nothing on Twitter. Twitter. Oh my lord, Twitch. Twitch has yeah. Twitch. Oh, I was number 3. I've been knocked down. Anyway, getting back to this, let's see what this guy says, okay? I just think that there's sometimes like a knee-jerk reaction to talking about women in gaming, and it sometimes lacks nuance. So let's see how this person is going to talk about it. So I'm going to just pump up this volume here, and let's listen.
Hey guys, there was a discussion on X recently where some...
Okay, so we're looking at 2 pictures here. We have Black Myth Wukong developers and Stop Noticing 343 Industry. Okay, so here's the thing. Once again, we're going back to what Shay was talking about. I would want to get a better picture of this group of women, and I would want to judge them on whether they have makeup or not and whether they have showered or not. Because if they have no makeup on, and if they haven't showered, and if they are mildly overweight, I'm more likely to believe that they are putting more of their energy into the game than into their personal life and activities. That sounds weird. And that's why I don't like it when Asmon's audience goes after some of the overweight women in the gaming industry. Because if you're sedentary and you're living most of your life in a chair, staring at a screen, doing game development, you're not going to look fresh and fit. These boys up here who look fresh and fit are only looking like this because of their genetics. They're tiny men who are smaller than me, probably. So for me, with these women down here, it's more like, how much are they there for activism? How much are they there for the money? And how much are they there because they actually care about the game they're making? So this girl right here has rainbow hair. I don't want to judge a person by their appearance. I personally myself don't mind a nicely dyed piece of hair, but makes you wonder, right? Unfortunately, at this stage, you got to wonder, what's going on there? What are you trying to represent? This woman is redheaded, so she's fine. She's normal. But this person with the back there looks like she has magenta hair. Red flag. She might as well just wave a red flag. So yeah. Looks to be stream specific. Well, for some reason, Wooly is number 1. I don't know how, because he's not typing as much as you guys. So, anyway. 343, I think, does Halo recently. Didn't Halo kind of be shitty? They failed at a few Halo games. Yeah. Is it fair to say that more female energy in games means more inclusivity? Male energy in games equals exclusivity? Possibly. This person is redheaded. She's fine, but soulless. Anyway, my point with these kinds of pictures is, first off, like, people need to understand what? What the? Whoa. Hear the eagle in the background. This is epic. There's freedom in your pocket. You're welcome. For real. That's like, what, $10 Canadian? It's been nearly a year's worth of good content so far. Aw, thank you, Epic. Thanks a lot. That is very sweet of you. Is that my second or first I don't even know what to call it, but thank you very much, Epic. You didn't have to do that. That is very sweet of you. And thank you very much. But to get back focused on this here, I don't like these photos because I don't think they are indicative of how many men. I could absolutely seeing them going through the hallways. Women, we need to get together to make a photo. We want to show that we have all these women in our company. Get together. You, what's your job? Oh, you write emails? Yeah, get in this photo. You do art. Get in this photo. Like, once again, I don't want to denigrate artists, okay? Like, they are the bread and butter of a good video game. But what I mean to say is, like, this is, I bet, if we actually found out how many men are in this company versus how many women, this is a little bit, anyway, let's keep going.
Some YouTubers and ex-users implied something along the lines that modern games are bad because there are too many women in big gaming studios making creative choices and ruining games. Now, I don't want to discuss this specific X-drama here. What I want to discuss is whether women can create good games for a predominantly male player base, or whether they can match male developers. So, first of all, if you are not an absolute ideological loony, you probably notice that men and women are very different and not equal, and they are not the same, and what they do, how they do it, where they focus their efforts, what they value, etc. And even if you believe in myths about equality, you still probably notice that even female content creators produce vastly different content than men.
Okay, it comes as no shock that what men like on social media differs considerably to the content women view. Aside from just the content, the amount of users that are females as opposed to males is significantly different as well. Women dominate in a majority of the most popular social platforms such as Facebook and Instagram. Men don't dominate on certain platforms because it's not the content they're interested in reading or producing. So what exactly is it that they're interested in, and how are they reaching that type of content? Okay, so if we go from this clip of an article, which... does he give link to it? No. What is wrong with people? Why? You're coming out and you're making statements and you can't even take the time to put like a link. Like, I'm not even asking for a bibliography here. Maybe he does the bibliography at the end? No. Okay. This is a fail. Reviewer, wild take fail. You can't just take a photo of something and be like, oh, believe that this is an article and it's written by somebody who knows what they're talking about. Like that, I don't like. I don't like that. Sorry. But let's keep going. Facebook and Instagram, I believe it. I believe it. I believe it's dominated by women. I hate Facebook. Instagram, I don't spend a ton of time on Instagram. I do have an Instagram, but I can tell you guys, my Instagram does not look like a normal woman's Instagram. Wait 1 second. I don't think I have my Instagram logged in. And I have family on my Instagram, so I'm not going to tell you my Instagram. And I have my face on my Instagram, so I'm really not telling you my Instagram. But what I will do is I'll give you a sneak peek of what my Instagram looks like. So then you could see what my Instagram looks like. And by the way, the last time I posted on my Instagram was in, I can't even tell, March. This is my Instagram. So it's largely poetry and video games. On occasion, like something that I craft or something that I find interesting. So that's Chieko's leg right there. So you just saw my leg. You saw how white I am. Okay, so that is my Instagram. But basically, do normal women have Instagrams? I think Instagram is something I should have, but I view as Pandora's box. Yeah. As pasty as your avatar, very pasty. We can find your socials, bro. Okay. Men are more focused on getting information from socials on what is going on in today's world. Yes, they love the news. Women are more likely to click on articles from sites such as Elite Daily that post articles on lifestyle and dating. Men are more likely to click on articles from sites like Forbes, BBC, or CNN. Chieko likes to click on stuff from like Games Radar, but that's just me. Men also prefer to use socials to connect with politics and engage in political conversation. And they're also more likely to interact with business content on socials. So yes, men make up a majority of users on LinkedIn and Google+. Yeah. But we've known this forever. We've known this. This is like something that's been true since the Victorian period. Men were in coffee houses, talking about business and politics in the news and reading the newspaper. And women had their own rags, as they were called, because a lot of people would shit on them for enjoying it. But women would have their own gossip columns and their own, forms of news and social activities that they would be interested in. Like, this is nothing new. We've all known this, that men and women prefer different things. Men and women do things differently in general, but we also have to be aware that not all women subscribe to behaving like a woman. There are obviously spectrums of behavior. There are some men who like to get into socials and love them some good drama. So it's not, I think this is what I would call a generalization that is generally true. I would say it's generally true. I would say like 90%, maybe 85% of women are going to be more concerned about lifestyle and social stuff, and men are more interested in news and economics. Outliers do not negate the rule. No, they do not. But it's helpful to keep them in mind when we're talking about something like the gaming industry, where the outliers might show up, right? So, like, for example, we could say most women don't play MMOs, right? But that doesn't mean that the outlier who is playing an MMO can't have a voice and can't have an opinion about a situation. So anyway, let's keep going.
They clearly try to appeal to a different taste, different vibe, and they just frame things very differently.
Women have a more relationship-focused, let's go back, communication style. It's because of this relationship focus. Does everyone remember about a year or two ago, I made a WoW video about what was going on with World of Warcraft's writing, and I had some theories, right? I had theories. I didn't know if my theories were correct, but I floated some theories. And one of the theories was that the energy of the writing room in World of Warcraft had become charged with a more feminized energy that resulted in a democratization of writing. And it seems like my guess of the writing room becoming more charged with this village mentality resulted in a certain kind of product that is not going to appeal to men who generally respond to a different kind of energy. So the actual energy of that writing room, whether it was filled with men or women, is irrelevant. It changed the writing, and that writing became so antithetical to its original audience, it's tanking the franchise. That was my theory, one of my theories. There was a few other theories. I think I was off. I think the theory that they're trying to target female audiences, I think that's off. I don't think that's a thing. But it is very clear that their writing room has been compromised by this relationship-focused communication style. Yeah.
Things very differently. Their videos have very distinct dynamics, energy and intensity, etc. So, keeping all of these in mind, I kind of challenged myself and tried to imagine whether we can actually create content for each other in the spaces that are traditionally more or less separated. For example, can I go on YouTube, watch 100 of what is in my bag kind of videos of female YouTubers and then produce an actually good video for women in this niche? And as I started to think about what is it that women like about it, and what is the vibe they enjoy, and what are the emotions they want to experience when they click on videos like this, it became immediately apparent to me that apart from having certain psychology, physiology, mood, hormones, etc., the second most impactful thing is actually having an intention to know and understand. When I watched videos of women talking about their bags and accessories, thinking whether I could replicate that in a good quality, it suddenly struck me that my intentions to try and understand are actually not representative of many modern-day AAA games and studios and the thought process behind their products. I feel like I have invested a lot more thought into this topic than is required from an average woman joining AAA studio nowadays.
Okay, he has a point. He does have a point here. I think a guy could feasibly come out with a homemaking channel and attract women. And you know what? Those women will eat him up, especially if he's handsome. And especially if he is giving them what they need. Because I do think women don't need to see a woman on the screen in order to enjoy their content. So if it's a man talking about bags or home decor, in fact, there are tons of men who will talk about home renos and things like that. Women will love that content because that content is being made for them with them in mind. And whether you are a male influencer going for it, like James Charles, who's gay, and possibly also, anyway, we won't go into James Charles, but you can have males, whether they're straight or gay, who are very much working within what we would consider to be a more feminized space, who can absolutely create content because they know what they want. They're there to get the bag, and they are there to make money and have influence and get those views. But I'm going to be really, really, really blunt here. I feel like there are some people going into game development right now who have zero interest in supporting their consumers and their brothers, so to speak, in arms. They are not here to give you a good time. They are here to show you the way. And I don't care if you don't believe me, but if you just look at the courses that are being offered to literature students these days in North America specifically, and you see what kind of phraseology is linked to those courses, you know that there is a definitive agenda being pushed, and that when you go and you sit in those courses and you're a male, you're going to have a bad time because you're going to be told that you are the problem, your interests are the problem, your desires are the problem, and everything is going to be a problem. And it bothered me a lot. One of the few times I struggled for a day with being a woman happened after a really bad day in class. And I went home and I had that feeling all over again that I was trapped in the wrong body. And I was just revolting against what they were telling me about men and women. And it was a really rough day because I hadn't felt that way in years. But I think it was in 2019, I had an episode, shall we call it. And it was brought on by this kind of a situation where you had a lot of women making statements about how people should behave and literally shitting on men in the classroom. And I remember going home and hating myself. And it was part of it was because I am not a man, I am a woman, but there are some parts of me that acts and thinks a little bit more in that, like, less traditionally feminine. And it made me not hate myself, but to a certain degree, it made me really unhappy with this whole situation. And I had to go and lie down for a bit and like distract myself. And that happened back in 2019. It was not a fun day for me. And when you are being told that you are wrong because of how your brain processes certain things, and you hear this from somebody who's supposed to be selling you a product that's designed for you, it's not a good moment. It's not great. Yeah. Cat lying on the couch gif for Chieko. Yeah, I had to do the Asmongold thing. I had to do the Baldy thing. I had to go lie down. The girls who played WoW since early on don't respond to this energy either. I'm sure they don't, Shay, right? Because that's the point that I'm trying to make. There are outliers of women who are standing shoulder to shoulder with their fellow brothers in WoW saying, this is not what we want. This is not what we're asking for. That's why I don't like such blanket statements like women. Because you can talk about the reality of generalizations, but it is doing your fellow gamer sister a disservice to speak about it in a very unhelpfully generalized way. So yeah. Luke Bateman tried that with Romantasy. He's getting a lot of backlash. Who is he getting a lot of backlash from, by the way, Simp? Do you know? Like, is he getting a backlash from the women or from the men? Do you know? As pasty as your avatar, yeah. Aren't there big male makeup YouTubers? There are. James Charles is one of them, and he's a creep, but he is a male. No other women will try to push that man out. Brad Mondo. Brad Mondo is another one. Oh, I love Brad Mondo. Give me some Brad Mondo any day. Luke Bateman tried that with Romantasy. He's getting a lot of backlash. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I don't think. I think most women will not push a man out, but I think a certain kind of woman would. Yes. Got us a couple purples on V Rising. They aren't the upgrade we're looking for. Okay, they aren't. Interesting. All right, Ben. Thank you. Let's talk about it soon, aka tomorrow. You have an animus on steroids? I do. I was literally screamed at the sky and into pillows over that stuff. I never thought I wasn't supposed to be female, but I did want to know why I was made part of the madness that is the gender. Yeah. So here's my take, Simp. Okay. My question, I would want to do more research onto that, because my question is which women are going after him. Because I know that tons of women accept Brad Mondo and they accept James Charles into the space until James Charles acted like a creep. There are tons and tons of guys who work in a female space and also have a lot of female fans. Tim Gunn's another one that comes to mind. Queer Eye for the straight guy. There's tons and tons of shows that star males working within a feminized space who absolutely have support from women. Gay men. Yeah. But they're males. That's a bit different, but they are males. My question is Luke Bateman being chased? Let me put it this way. I would want to look and see if Luke Bateman is being chased by conservative women or by liberal women. That's what I would like to know. Yeah, that's what I would like to know. Because I could see some liberal women getting upset about a straight guy writing romantasy and doing well. General book talk audience. I'll do some research into it because there has to be something else going on. There has to be something else going on. It could be that he's straight, but there has to be something else going on. General YouTubers? What do you mean? That you're not proving your point to me. I think I'm going to have to do my own research, clearly. But anyway, let's keep going. All this to say, I do agree that we have a bunch of women with very female interests, but even worse, they have zero respect for their audience. And they're coming in and they're shitting on their audience, and then they're giving subpar product to the audience. And then they do surprise Pikachu face when their studio gets closed down. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. They are disrespecting their audience. They're coming in and not giving their audience what they want. They think they know better. It's devouring mother syndrome. And guess what? They do it to other women as well. We saw that with the Captive Prince review, that first 1-star review where they were censoring other women for enjoying divisive content. It's a woman-on-woman crime. It's a woman-on-man crime. Social crime, I should clarify. Women do it to other women as well, by the way. So just in case you guys are getting some sort of like male victimization thing here, women do it to other women all the time. They will absolutely shame other women for enjoying shit. I just wonder why they would be going after Luke Bateman. Exactly. So I'll do some research into that because I'm really curious. Is it just because he's straight or is it because he baited them? We'll find out.
Because you see...
Or is it because his romantasies are male coded and he is not able to give them the actual thing that they want and they're going after him because he's not actually giving them what they want? That could be another thing. But I'll look it up.
Because you see, unfortunately, even though that those studios are selling their games to predominantly male audience, there is a huge discrepancy between what you actually need to know about your customers and what is pushed in society, in politics, in media, etc. When I approached those bag videos, I was curious because I recognized and accepted differences. I was self-aware. I accepted the fact that I don't know what women like in those videos. In other words, I was too cautious and too sincere to properly portray the current situation in the AAA gaming industry. In the real world, in a modern ideological context, there is a powerful push for idea that you must understand some ultra small minorities, but you don't have to put any efforts into understanding straight men. Even worse if they are white. In fact, they are called a problem, an issue, an obstacle. So before we even get to the point of discussion on whether women employees of those AAA companies are able to understand male audience, we probably should deal with the fact that they are not tasked with understanding men whatsoever. If anything, they are actually discouraged from doing this. A lot of hiring initiatives today make it very clear that female employees are not hired to find a key to customer base. Rather, they are hired for being females. These companies don't boast that their female employees create good games for male audience. They never praise them for making customers happy in their pre-existing male preferences. They portray them and the so-called gender balance in the studio as some kind of value of its own, as some kind of achievement. If I were to follow their example in my own aforementioned experiment with woman content, I would have to say something like this. Hey, I don't care what women like, let them be happy with the fact that I am working on their content now. What else there is to learn or understand? Let them learn about me and my importance. This is what our company is all about today, right? The fact.
My only issue with this whole thing is, okay, first off, how many men versus women are actually in a company, let's say like 343? I still think that we still have a higher ratio of men to women. So then we're going back to the same old discussion we've had before, which is you have, let's say, 70% males in the company, 30% females. Somehow the 70% of males have cucked out. Probably they're afraid, they just want to keep their job, they're keeping their heads down, or they've been silenced. But then part of me is like, okay, who caused this situation? You can't tell me that 30% of, let's say 30%, that's me being generous, because I think the ratio is probably even smaller in the video game dev space. But anyway, like, you're not telling me that these 30% women beat down the door to get hired. They were hired by people with specific agendas. So we need to look at the people who hired the women to begin with. And then we have to look at the people in charge who let the people who hired the women to hire the women. So, like, at the end of the day, we really have to be looking up at the upper echelons, at the corporate overlords, because I do think a lot of Californians are definitely inflamed with their particular ideas about life, and the men are just as bad as the women in this case. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Silicon Valley developers are more liberal and progressive, whether they're male or female. Like Trick Weeks, for example, who was one of the, in my opinion, most problematic writers in Veilguard, is technically, if I recall correctly, biologically male. Now, whatever Trick may consider himself, herself, themselves, scaly self, whatever self that they are considering themselves to be, they were born with a PP and they have XY chromosomes. And so they are also part of the problem. So I don't like this idea of saying, oh, the women don't care about what the men want. I think the men don't care about what the men want, because I think some of the male game developers have become ideologically activated. So the white knights, if as it were, right? And then on top of that, with the Californication of stuff, we have that whole issue, the whole breast milk, weird creepiness, and all of that bullshit that went on in World of Warcraft, which was, frankly, some of it sounded really gross. But on the other hand, you're having guys who are shilling out for this ideology as well. So is it just a woman problem, or is it a corporate problem? And we've talked about this before. Like, why would you as corporate be hacking off the branch that you're standing on by pursuing these practices that are not making your player base happy and are costing you money, and you have to close down these studios? So then you start getting into tinfoil hat theory time. Where are the shareholders? Where are the shareholders? Are the shareholders stupid? Maybe they are. Maybe they've never gamed in their life and they're just sitting there going, oh, yes, we'll just believe everything that comes out of the CEO's mouth here. And we just don't know what's going on. So the shareholders are letting this happen. The corporation heads are letting this happen. Everyone's letting this happen. So then we got to ask ourselves, how could this level of insanity even exist? How is this even legal at this point? How is this not defrauding shareholders at this point? Because you're literally taking people's money and you're shitting on their money, essentially. You're shitting on the investment that people have put into your company. Like on a very basic tier. So then, of course, I can just hear Willie's voice now saying, well, Chieko, you know that they think they can get away with it because of the monetization practices that have started to crop up in recent years. So they can prop up their dying carcass as they pursue their own personal political agendas. Willie, have I channeled you correctly? Let me know. But anyway, oh my gosh. I just don't think it's just the women. The women are getting hired, but unless the women are coming to the doors of the company with Uzis and are like, hire me, bitches. Like, it's not just the women. Men are letting this happen. Men are laying down and letting this happen. Now, obviously, there are reasonable individuals in the gaming dev industry who are creating great games. And they're both men and women involved in those ventures. I think it's about professionalism, honestly. This is coming down to professionalism. At the end of the day, what this guy is talking about here is about professionalism. It's about putting your customer first and making money first. So you can imagine, I want money. How do I make money? I make customer happy. How do I make customer happy? I research my customer. And in between the research of the customer and making the customer happy, some form of respect should arise. But even if you don't respect them, at least you can focus on making them happy. And this is where I have a problem with this whole discussion, is even this guy is noting it's about professionalism. It's about respecting who you're creating content for. Man, this is just a crazy conspiracy theory. A lot of the stuff is managed by men. Game dev is probably 90% men. Yeah, so even in my scenario, Simp, of 70-30, which is, in my opinion, probably not correct, you have 30%, and maybe, if you are correct, Simp, 10% of this minority female base is somehow browbeating a whole bunch of men into making this happen? I don't know. I cannot wait for a world like Cyberpunk where all this gender crap is just a matter of subscribing to a cybernetic limb or something. Well, the problem is, of course, we're getting down to biology, right? And that can't change with the cybernetic limb. I think there are some men and some women who are more focused on building relationships and working within very interconnected teams. And they love putting out content that is more psychologically based, more relationship focused, more social, right? And so you have these men and women who are absolutely great at what they do when they do it for the right audience. And the same thing goes for a large portion of men and a minority of women who are lone wolves, who prefer to pursue very, let's say exclusive or very altruistic visions. And they're going to be putting out content that is maybe more focused on the audience. Maybe it is more pushing the envelope in some aspects, or is more gritty, or more, possibly more achievement oriented instead of social oriented, right? And when they are put on the correct games, they're going to be very, very happy, right? So I'm not doubting that men and some women or many women and some men are better at one thing or another thing. There's no doubt about that in my mind. There is a biological imperative for that. And getting a cybernetic limb is not going to change your psychology, because at the fundamental level, your hormones and everything will determine a lot of how you interact with the world. However, I don't care if you're hormonal or if you're not hormonal. At the end of the day, you're trying to give a product to a customer and you're trying to earn your wage. And I don't like this whole blaming women thing entirely, because women at the most are represented 30% in some businesses. Pushing back against the 90-10 or 70-30. How many bad actors are needed to change the path of an organization? It would depend on how it's organized, right, Willie? I think. In part, progressivism is a religion. All religions involve sacrifice, offering up money, legacy IP, customer satisfaction. All of these are valid offerings to the new old gods. Yeah, that's fair, Willie. Yeah. According to Lenin, you would need 7% of a population to create a revolution. Interesting, Leo. Very interesting. It reminds me, Epic, of Psycho-Pass, I think, right? Where your psychology is tracked. So you could imagine, like, maybe taking that one step further to alter your own psychology. At which point I would just be like, can I put my brain into like an android body? It feels like they're painting with a very... This guy is bringing up a point, though, right? This guy is saying, okay, I'm a man. I'm making content for a woman. The least I can do is research and produce what they want so I can get the clicks and the views and the money, right? So even if we go with 90-10 or 70-30, it doesn't matter. Why aren't these people giving the customer what they want? So the answer is, on some level, the entire strata, including the men, have been compromised by something or someone. So they're either all compromised down to the individual level, which I think is true in some studios that are more California based, or they are compromised on the upper levels and it's hampering all of the ordinary gamers in the middle. Now, Europe is different. Europe is in such a different sauce bath. They've all gone a certain way, and it's kind of a done deal for Europe. So they can't. They're like the lobster in the pot. They've already been boiled, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. Right? So as soon as a European starts talking about what North American culture is like, it's like, like unless you really, really listen to someone, you don't know what you're talking about. Because there's more of a thought process, more of a thought war going on right now in North America. North America is not entirely gone full Euro, wherever Europe has headed. And the only reason why I know where Europe has mildly headed is because of the fact that I'm Canadian. So Canada has historically always been torn apart between North America and Europe. This is just a cultural thing we've always had for ages. Anyway, yeah. Americans just spout rubbish about the UK. I have heard a lot of Americans spouting rubbish about the UK. But when you talk about America, you're not, no. Yeah. UK is not London. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Yeah. That's a fair assessment. But my point, however, is that it's very, very difficult to talk about one thing or another thing. But the one thing I will say is that have relatives over there, it's not good. Yeah, Ben, you have a sister in the UK, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. I've talked with people from the UK about the UK. And I definitely know UK as a whole is more progressive even than Canada. It's gotten to the point where some people in the UK actually think that it's normal for Christians to believe in evolution. That's how secularized they've become. They don't even know it. They actually think it's normal. And then they find out, oh, in America, like, it still is an ongoing discussion. Then they're like, what? It's like, yeah, bros, you guys don't know how far you've drifted. I'm not saying necessarily that means all UK people are bad, by the way. I love my UK friends. It's just what I'm trying to suggest is the culture of the UK has gone down a certain path so far that it's hard for a lot of UK people to understand what the fight is right now in North America and how certain things that they consider to be true and normal are not true and normal for other people. Most of the EU believes in evolution. My point exactly, simp. You just made my point. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying when we are talking about this situation right here, the 90-10 or the 70-30, to me, it doesn't matter. I don't care how many women are in the company. What I care about is where did the ideological push come from? And in North America, it's coming from a single location or a single section, shall I say, along a coast, aka the West Coast. And we know where it is. It's coming from the cities and it's coming from the West Coast. But is that the only problem? And the answer is, I don't think so, because I think you can put out a lefty game that is high quality, right? You can put out a lefty game that's completely progressive and it could still be high quality. But why aren't we seeing a lot of that? Why aren't we seeing a lot of high quality progressive games? And I think it's because there's a different issue in the gaming industry, and it's probably more linked to professionalism. So then we can ask, why has professionalism and corporate structure been so compromised? What's wrong with the corporate structure that has eroded this? And then we can maybe start talking about that. But I don't like saying it's the women. I think that's a weird take. Do Americans believe the earth is flat? No. No. Do Americans believe the earth is flat? Do Europeans believe the earth is flat? You have your obvious memesters, and you also have your obvious flat earthers that exist everywhere. There are even some like Middle Easterners who are basically flat earthers. But no, most I would say most Canadians and most Americans do not believe the earth is flat. See, that is exactly like, oh man. Yeah. From YouTube videos, it seems like it's a quite popular belief in America. Sometimes, simp, I'm not sure if you're joking or if you're real. Because, wow, that's all I can say. And the monkey trial was like 100 years ago. My dude, the ancient Greeks knew the earth is a sphere. No, Wooly, I think, anyway. I have relatives in the UK as well. Wow, Mira, I did not know that. Wages are stagnant, but like we have free healthcare. Yeah. Yeah, sounds like Canada, actually. Sounds like Canada. Wow, it's almost like Canada has a fixation on England. Gee. Like we don't celebrate Victoria Day every year. No. I have a deep love for the UK, honestly. I would love to go there for a visit. I would visit all of my favorite authors' places. I love the UK. No hate on the UK. But It boggles my mind that people believe the earth is flat, given all the data we have in 2025. Guys, not that many people believe the earth is flat. And if you believe the earth is flat, I really don't care. I think you're funny. I put people believing the earth is flat as actually being less of a problem than people treating their customers like shit and not giving them the game that they want to play and defrauding their shareholders. If my favorite, if half of the staff in Creative Unit 3 came out and said we are flat earthers, I would say I don't care, just do your job and give me a game that's worth playing so I can give you money so you could put food on the table so you can make more of the game that I like. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you do in your bedroom. I don't care whether I actually don't totally care whether you'll get to heaven or to hell. Not my business, really. Not really. I mean, it should be, probably. But I'm kind of more laissez-faire about it because I'm kind of like, you do you, boo. But here's the deal. When you are hired to do your job, you do your job. And if you want me to pay money for your shit, you better make your shit really good and worth paying. I don't care if you are gay or you're straight or you're up or you're down, or if you're from this earth or you're not from this earth, or whether you're a flat earther or whether you believe in the moon landing is fake. I literally don't care. What I want you to do is to not expect me to pay money for a game that is shitty. That's basically what it comes down to. And this is why I'm saying, like, I don't care if there's more boobs in a room than penises. What I do care is, are they making something good? And if they're not making something good, then we got to ask ourselves, how did this happen? Is it just a corporate problem? Is there an issue with the structure of gaming? Is it because of money chasing or trend chasing, or how much of it is ideological? I just don't think women, the 10% or the 30%, are entirely the issue. And if they are the issue, if all it takes is 7% of women to derail the company, what the fuck is wrong with that company and those men? What is wrong with them? Men need to stop victimizing themselves in this situation and stop scapegoating women for being the problem. Even if women are the problem, men need to still take responsibility and say, yeah, we let this happen. Our bad. I'll tell you a story. Chieko story. Grade 5. I have about 12 students in my class. The year's starting out pretty good. Starts getting rocky. We start having girls physically bullying the boys on the recess, field. Like, we have like a special field, and they go out there, they have their recess. One day I come in, the boys are crying. The girls were physically bullying them. The girls wanted to play pretend marriage. The boys didn't want to get married. Boys couldn't hit the girls because they'd been raised to not hit the girls because they came from good families who taught them that guys shouldn't hit girls. But they didn't know how to react when one of the girls dragged one of the boys across the field by his hair. So this was a problem. I saw it was a problem. Grade 5. So everyone's emotional. So I pulled all of the boys out instantly into the hall, and we had a talk. And I said, boys, I'm going to be talking with the girls, and we're going to talk as well about what we're going to be doing from now on. And I sent notes home. I had a lot of writing to do. I had a lot of things to do. The next couple of days, I had lunches with the boys and with the girls to talk about appropriate behavior during recess. As time went on, I began to notice that some of the girls were behaving like real mean. Really, really, really mean behavior, even among the girls. And I pinpointed it down to a single female. Just one girl was able to derail that class. Now, I only had a class of 12, but she was derailing the class. So once I figured that out, it was time to do some compartmentalization. I moved desks around. I cracked down on note passing, especially when it was in Korean, because the girls in question were Korean, and we had some Korean note passing, where, you know, some of it I'm sure was innocent stuff, but some of it was probably less than innocent. Why are you hiding it in Korean when you could be writing in English? Because they all spoke fluent English. Long story short, the girl left about halfway through the school year, and instantly the classroom changed. And I could ease up on certain things because I didn't have to worry about her anymore. And that's where I'm saying is I understand how just enough people get into a situation can derail the situation. But that situation where my classroom was nearly derailed by the girl, at the end of the day, who is responsible for that year being an educational bust? Is it that girl's responsibility? Or is it my responsibility for letting that classroom go? And at the end of the day, it was my responsibility. You could come to me and bitch and moan about that female student. And yes, she has to take responsibility for her actions. She needed intervention from her parents. I ended up calling in the principal. The principal talked with the parents. We put a nip in the bud. We nipped it in the bud. And eventually she left. But at the end of the day, it was my responsibility, being in charge of that classroom, to deal with the problem. And so as much as I'd like to say, oh yes, those women, that 10% or 30% of women that came in, that 7% of women that came in and changed everything, at the end of the day, it's the people who are in charge who are responsible for letting that happen. That's all I'm saying. Now, there's an argument we could make, and we could say that the reason why a lot of the men laid down and took it up the ass is because they were scared. They were scared because gaming development is not an easy job, and it's not very reliable. From what I understand, from what I've heard from Johnny and from Simp and stuff, the gaming industry is not an easy thing to make it in, okay? Because of corporate always changing their minds and stuff, your job that could exist today could be gone tomorrow. So you could see why a lot of men shut up and were quiet about it. But then we have to ask ourselves, is it therefore the woman's fault entirely that this social change happened? So then we have to broaden it to a bigger social issue. And that's where we get into a whole other thing. Is now we have to think about, is there a broader social issue going on? And I think everyone knows where I'm heading with this. Is there a broader social issue going on where men are being discouraged and silenced systemically? Okay. We've heard a lot about this word, systemic this, systemic that, systemic misogyny, systemic racism. What about the systemic silencing of male voices who could speak up and say, hey, the problem is with corporate. Hey, the problem is with these DEI hires who are nixing our good narratives. Hey, it is the democratizing of the writing room. Maybe there's a broader social issue going on that we have to talk about. And then that's worth talking about. Yeah. It's due to the Bible. I'm not getting into that. It doesn't say this flat in the Bible, but there's like select quotes people pick from it. Yeah. I'm not getting into that, Simp, but you're absolutely right. people cherry pick the weirdest shit, and then they go for it. It used to teach Eratosthenes method years ago. It was amazing watching the people who genuinely believed in a flat earth change their worldview upon completion of that lab. Look, in my opinion, your average flat earther is just a person who's asking questions. There's the weird flat earthers who are holding on because they like to be special and just weird. But here's a theory about the decline of video game quality. As games became more expansive, we've seen huge layoffs in the sector over the last 5 to 6 years. These companies still need workers, so they hire inexperienced workers regardless of sex. Yeah, so here's my issue. Is it the women or is there a broader issue with the gaming industry and how it's being run? Party says, I was thinking that if women took over and ruined it, what the fuck were men doing? Yeah, you have to ask yourself this question. Truth is, a good portion of men are in their soft girl era, whining about things. Yeah, they're voting, but they're whining about it. Also, I'm speaking from pure personal experience on this. A lot of guys I see are doing more whining than being proactive. Once again, I have great respect for indies. I think indie devs who go out and make the game they want to see, I have deep respect for them. They're not sitting around in their armchair shitting on things. They're actually studying and learning and getting proactive and putting something out, whether they make money from it or not. It's the same thing with people who write their own books. I have deep respect for that. Even if I don't necessarily like the final product of the book, even if I think maybe, oh, that book is shit, at least they put out something that they wanted to see. And they're doing they're doing something as opposed to people who sit around and do shit all. I personally I think armchair criticism is fine, but when armchair criticism ends up detracting from you actually doing anything productive in your life that other people can consume or use, I think at some point you have become a social drone. And that's my hardcore take on it. And that's why I'm tough on a lot of the right-wingers as much as I am on the left-wingers. Because you've got a lot of people sitting around complaining about the secularization of entertainment or this or that, and then doing absolutely nothing. Can't be bothered. Can't go out and learn how to code themselves. Can't go out and do anything. So then they just sit around and whine and complain. It's just not what I like. Go make your own MMO. Come back when you're done. Let me know. I'll try it out. I think for veterans, every passion industry means when someone grows up, they're likely to leave for a job with more pay. Yeah, I think simp people will just move around as well. The veterans have simply left the industry or they've gone indie, right, Jonathan? I don't know if I could do it right now because they're all told to shut up on their social media, but I could pinpoint that female employee at Blizz a few years ago. Yeah. That whole... Yes, so it is on my to-watch list, Shay. I'll probably do another WoW stream at some point. Maybe toward the beginning of August, I'll do a WoW stream and we'll watch the Metzins thing. And we'll watch a couple other things. And then we will maybe play some WoW. Games industry isn't a stable job. See? Simp just said it there. Generation raised by bitches. Raised by bitches, married to bigger bitches. Divorced, mostly started by the bitches because they're tired of the bitches they were married to, and raising humans are bitches. Humans are bitches. Neil Druckmann seemed to have destroyed Naughty Dog. He's a straight white man. Seems like he was overruled by people on Tulu 1. What is Neil Druckmann's ideology? He's progressive, yes. He's obsessed with lesbians and writing women. He writes women really badly. He prays at the feet of Anita Sarkeesian. Oh, simp. Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. Okay, but that's the thing. That's what I'm saying is like Neil Druckmann isn't a woman. So that's what I'm saying is this title is disappointing. I wish it wasn't this title. I think he's making a good point here. Reviewer Wild Take is simply saying if you're coming into an industry, so far he is simply saying if you're coming into an industry, be professional, do your research, respect your consumer, and get it out. Druckmann is an effeminate man. Why are you calling him Druckmann, Wooly? You need to be calling him Cuckman. He isn't a woman, but acts like one, ruining games and all that. But if Neil didn't have women to distract him, does that count? Yeah, so for me, it's not actually about the fact that there's women. It's what kind of women, right? Do you remember that Laura Fryer woman who worked for Xbox 360? She's a woman in a managerial position who seems really based and solid. Amy Hennig, also pretty good. I'm sure Ishikawa from Creative Unit 3, very solid. There are, I think, very good female people involved in either narrative, involved in management, possibly even in programming. I don't think Booba XX chromosome is entirely the problem. I think it's whatever is pushing more XX chromosome than is normal. That's the problem. The same ideology that is putting more females into the workspace is probably the same problem, same root of the problem that's creating shitty games and terrible stories. I do not like using perversion as a nickname. That's fair. I'm joking, Chieko. I think Druckmann is the fake progressive, the wolf in sheep's clothing and whatnot. Well, I mean, Neil Druckmann might be a lot like Neil Gaiman, right? Like one of those creeps who fake white knighting for people so that he can get more ladies. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Let's keep going.
That there is an overrepresentation of female content creators in a niche that targets women is problematic, and we have to fight against it. We have to reduce the number of those female creators. We don't have to accommodate their fans. Current hiring process, DEI initiatives, quotas, governmental initiatives, media, they all create an environment where nobody really have any incentives to learn anything about customer needs. Because customers belong to a demographics that you can freely discriminate against, demographics that is portrayed as the least valuable, disposable, and quite frankly, unwelcomed. So why would you feel a need to think about them if everyone around tells you that it's you who have a true value and true impact? How would you become?
Okay, so I like the fact that he's showing these. This is nice. Thank you, Reviewer Wild Take. I like that. What is concerning for me is when game development is subsidized by the government. That is an issue. Because I think it then allows people to be absolute wankers and to put out suboptimal product, sometimes packed full of preachiness, and it can survive for a long period of time beyond what it normally would if it had been funded by the public. So a case in point that comes to mind right away is Doctor Who. Now, the Doctor Who era, my favorite, is of course Matt Smith. For me, that just was my thing. But most people love David Tennant and Chris Eccleston. But as time went on, Doctor Who became more and more compromised, narratively speaking, because they became so concerned about pushing certain messages that it actually affected the writing quality. Now, ordinarily, Doctor Who would have died after one season of Peter Capaldi. And the reason being is the viewership started going down. And most studios like Netflix and Disney and, well, maybe not Disney, but a lot of studios like Netflix, for example, or Hulu or other things would probably kill it in its infancy if it doesn't show enough promise. It doesn't matter if it's woke or not woke, they would just kill it. But Doctor Who is subsidized by the public because it is a BBC production. And the payers' tax dollars actually goes into making that show to a certain degree. So you can see how this show has been hobbling on, despite the fact that it is a complete shit show now. And that is my concern about video games, is if video gaming was subsidized, for example, by the government or by some sort of initiative, like the EU initiatives, you could see how something that's absolute bullshit will be perpetuated because of these external systems that are keeping these non-professional, unprofessional, ideologically based and focused products that don't actually have an audience. They will be perpetuated beyond their natural lifespan. And that is not good. But that does not, we are once again back to, this is not just a woman problem. Women are not the foundation of this. The women are the presence, the abnormal amount of women in the gaming industry, as Wooly and as Shay and others have said already in chat, is simply a symptom of a much larger issue. And that's what I'm interested in.
Become self-aware or conscious about not having an important knowledge on customers' taste or needs if you are the center of the universe and your customers are toxic and problematic people. What would make you good at meeting needs of those people? Every day you see how your company openly says that hiring certain minorities or certain sex is virtuous, while hiring people who are similar to your player base is at best boring and uninspiring, and at worst is a sign of hate and bigotry. So before we actually can get to the discussion on whether women can create good games for male audience, we have a lot of other obstacles to overcome, and until we get rid of the environment that demonizes man's preferences, tastes, jokes, mentality, hobbies, we won't even be close to reconciling those female hires with audience that consumes their products. This is why you see more and more gamers saying that Asian developers are fulfilling their demand much better than Western DEI-heavy developers, because Asian studios are men creating products for men, while Western studios are more and more detached from the client base. And until...
I still don't like the use of those kinds of photos. Because I definitely know that Creative Unit 3, who made Final Fantasy XIV, have females. Now, is it 70-30? No, probably not. But that's not the point, right? We're not talking about ratios here. We're just talking about even something as small as 7%. Let's say 7% of the studios are women. There's still women in there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're posting photos of these groups of women that were, in my opinion, put out into a photo as sacrificial lambs to say, hey, look how virtuous we are. We have all of these women in our company. But there are tons of studios, I think, that have perfectly fine and normal and professional women in them. So I think the question we should be asking more is what has led some studios to be absolutely shitting themselves, and why are some not? And I will reach out to my Chinese. I have a fellow Chinese friend. She has a PhD in, I believe, engineering. What kind of engineering? biomechanical something. I don't know. She was doing something related to microchips in the brain. But she's an atypical female who's working in a male-dominated space. And I'm fairly certain that if there was any issues with her field of study, it wouldn't because she's there. It wouldn't be because she's there. It would be because other factors are in place. So part of me wonders, like, can we have a video that actually talks about the factors that could be at play for causing these unnecessary female presences to be there? Can we have a video that talks about that? And I guess this guy is suggesting that we look at other factors as well. I just don't like the photos that he keeps posting because I don't know. Like, there's a woman. There's a woman right there. Like, should we X her out? But like that is a female. So part of me is like, just having the presence of a female doesn't mean anything to me. It's more of what are those females doing there? And what are they representing? And what is the attitude that they're bringing to the workplace? Right? What attitude are they bringing? And I'm going to be also very blunt. When it comes to Chinese storytelling, I don't know how to say this kindly, but Chinese storytelling is as problematic as Western storytelling is. It's just that the problem is different. Whereas Western storytelling has been infected by this pseudo-intellectual progressive bullshit, Chinese storytelling is infected with a very nationalistic, one-sided, superficial, imitative storytelling. And that's what I'll say about that. That's just how it is. To kind of just say, oh, Chinese games are great because they put out a few good ones in the past few, like, 5 years or so. I'm not trying to shit on all of the things that China has put out, but to close your eyes to what is going on with the soft power of the Chinese government is, and the amount of censorship that they have done to certain products, I'm just saying it's not all gravy over there. So I don't like this idea of valorizing male game devs from China because they are as much a part of a system as our current Western devs are. The only thing that is different is that they can make big numbers go up, but their stories are not that great. Only a couple of bangers in more recent years, but they don't have the long history of writing great stories, let's say, as the Japanese do. The Japanese is probably a good case in point, where we could maybe look at Japanese culture and say what's going on in Japan that allows them to put out a good story. But don't come to me about Chinese game development. I don't think that's where you want to go as an example, in my opinion. Because yes, they can make a game feel good, but they are just as ideologically tainted, for lack of a better term. It's just that you can't notice it all the time. but it's there. If you know how to look for it, it's there. Yeah. We don't have smoke, Shay. Yeah. Oh, Herman. Hello, Herman. We're talking about women in the gaming industry. I hope your night is going well. I think this guy is trying to say something very unfair. I think he's implying that without women in companies, these things wouldn't happen. Ideology wouldn't be coming into the company. Shift Up has women working on games like Stellar Blade. Shay says they're more than a symptom, they're a disease vector. They're an infected element introduced to infect, like a bat with rabies. Pattern recognition, ugly, fat, unnatural hair color, face piercings, tattoos, all of these are warning signs. Well, seeing that I am very normal, I'm overweight, and I have a tattoo. That's 3 out of 5. Dear me, I must be one of them. Herman says, I, for one, welcome our new female overlords. And Leo said, that's your wife, Herman. Maybe the problem is conscious raising. Women are working normally. Radical is added. Radical uses in pref to point out oppression, which turns their group into more toxic. I would argue that women have always been present in the gaming industry, but at a very small level, like less than 10%, for obvious reasons that this reviewer, this person, stated. Obvious reasons why women are less likely to go into working in game development. We all know there's biological reasons why women are less likely to work in STEM. But the women that were working in there, I think, were just doing their job. Maybe they were not being treated well, but they were just doing their job and things were going fine, more or less. But there was a shift and more women were introduced, but the women that were introduced were not on the same level as the previous women that were already there. These women were there by virtue of the fact that they were women, and they were encouraged and they flourished on the basis of an exterior agenda that may have infected the corporate structure. But at the end of the day, just like with my student in my classroom, at the end of the day, the persons who are responsible for what is happening are not the women that are hired. They are, in fact, responsible on a personal level, but in terms of the greater consumer interest and corporate interest, that is the responsibility and the fault of corporate for doing what they did. Or for the rest of the males who just decided to choose their personal peace and prosperity over long-term viability. Granted, my experience is only 2, Arknights and PGR. Both have amazing stories in different genres. Before Arknights became big, they had the freedom to portray their China analog in darker tones. But after they became popular in China, its Terra analog became perfect and bereft of the issues the rest of the world has. PGR is still small enough to scoot under the radar, so its China analog doesn't get any special treatment. Yes. See, that's where I'm saying, Wooly. China has ideological pressures, and it can affect their games. But because the gameplay and the mechanics and the general experience is still, you know, on some level enjoyable, people will consume that product and go on quite happily. But to come to me and take a photo of a whole bunch of men who are complicit on some level with perpetuating political narratives, I don't see that as any better or worse than what the women are doing in the Western sphere. The only difference is that, at least in China, so the only thing that's, I think, the saving grace in my eyes for Chinese game development versus Western game development is that at least they're trying to put out a product that is fun. So setting aside the problematic narratives that they put out, setting that aside, at least they're professional enough to put out something that people enjoy. And that is why I'm returning back to the thing, is that if the problem is conservatism versus leftism, like the right versus the left, or the woke versus the not woke, my question is, where is the good woke stuff? And where is the great not woke stuff? And I've worked with clients who were not woke, who specifically I chose because they asked for not woke elements to be in their projects, and they were absolutely ignorant about writing and about good quality narrative. So for me, from my experience working as a ghostwriter, you can be an idiot and not know how to write a good story or make a good game, and you could be on either side of the political spectrum. So for me, I'm more interested in what happened to the corporate structure and the studio structures that allowed for lack of professionalism, so that even the basic minimum enjoyable experience isn't being delivered to the customer. What happened? And if it was ideologically based, are women complicit in it? Probably. And which women are complicit? Because not all of them are complicit. But which women are complicit, we need to find, and we need to encourage the companies to remove. But yeah, I'm fading. Take care, everyone. Good night, Miro. My opinion is that women are not the problem, but rather a contrarian spirit that has been sold to women and haven't been sold the same narrative and spirit. So women working in game dev are more likely to be contrarian. This jeopardizes the harmony of vision. Yes, or math teacher Josh, I'm wondering if the democratization of the workspace has allowed unnecessary voices to speak into a product. That's my question. And I'm wondering if a whole bunch of men who are concerned about their job stability have just shut up and let it happen because they're scared and they're trying to, put bread on the table for their respective families. And they thought, you know what? It's going to be fine. We'll just ride this out. Just put our head down. Just, get by. Just do our thing. It doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Men don't get infected by women. They pretend to care about this nonsense to have sex with them. I could believe it. Current job I have, half of the office were women, but they were old school software people. New school is whiny and entitled. I'm saying it. Women have always been in the gaming industry. The issue is the wrong kind of women have come in and they have this ideological drive, and it's destroying what's going on. But it's not happening without the okay from the overlords. So now we have to look at the overlords and say, why did you let this group of people in? What's going on here? And so then it becomes more of a social issue. It's not just, it's the women in the gaming industry issue. So once again, I don't want to blame all women in the gaming industry, because I don't think all women in the gaming industry are bad. It's just that some of them are poisoning the well. And why are they there? Let's see if he answers this.
Because Asian studios are men creating products for men. while Western studios are more and more detached from the client base. And until something changes in this situation, people do have right to be very cautious about companies employing too much women on products targeted at men. Because nothing happens in a cultural vacuum, everything has a context, and at this moment, this context goes beyond discussions of female employees' abilities. The main issue right now is their intentions, or rather lack of intention, to accommodate needs of male player base, because the environment does not force them to learn anything about their customers. In any other field or activity, this would be considered as a huge deficiency, as an absolute incompetency. But because there is a taint of a certain socio-political ideology here, the lack of knowledge is praised as a much needed change for the bright future. In this case, lack of understanding is presented as a virtue. We don't understand men and we're gonna make our company even more detached from them, and we will just parrot ideological narrative that our incompetency is actually a good thing and a sign of progress. What can I say? It's a good time to be an Asian game developer. That's it for today, guys. Thank you for watching. See you later.
Okay, so I found out I got this picture. It's from something that's called Otome Kitten. If you don't know what Otome is, don't look it. Just don't look it up, okay? So this is a picture of a game dev studio in China. This particular studio, Enfold, creates video games for women. The CEO is a male, and the women, there are female devs, and there are a lot of female devs on this game. So here is a workstation picture. This is from Reddit for Love and Deep Space. If you know, you know, okay? This is a female workspace in China. The women in China are very traditional type of women, generally speaking, but very nerdy. You can see here. Different desks. Now, has Infinity Nikki and Deep Space, Love and Deep Space. Love and Deep Space has done pretty well. Infinity Nikki recently shit the bed with some narrative and monetization changes that have caused a lot of, let's just say Infinity Nikki's in hot water right now. But when Infinity Nikki was doing well, it was doing very well. And you can see why. Because they know what women want. And how do they know what women want? They have other women doing what they needs to be done to get this product out. And the men who work on this game are not coming in, muscling in, and telling the women what they ought to be enjoying or what makes a real gamer, etc., etc. So this is a level of professionalism that I will say China has. Now, whatever my opinions about narrative in China and other ideological stuff going on with China, setting all of that aside, I go back to my end result here. And this is why I'm going to give the reviewer Wild Take a thumbs up. Because at the end of the day, this is a professional. There's a lack of professionalism where these women, as Wooly would point out, that they're overweight, ugly, different color hair, etc., etc. These women are coming in and they're telling gamers what they should and shouldn't enjoy. And that, to me, I think is the problem. But we got to ask ourselves, how was that okay? How did we get there? How is it that they could come in and do it and say these kinds of things and let these things happen? Who let this happen? And why did they let this happen? And I think, therefore, if we consider that and take that into consideration, it's not just a woman problem. The men are also... isn't the CEO of Shift Up, Nikki, and Stellar Blade a woman? I am not sure. I'm not sure. I believe that there is money in this, which is the primary driver. I think the fallout from the second, third generation feminism was the waking up of lobbyists in the consulting class to the amount of money was up for grabs if the fires, female indignation, were stoked. Interesting. Very interesting. We men like nerdy hot babes. Josh is coming in here dropping bombs on chat. So I guess what I'm trying to argue with my own pictures of females in the game dev space, I think there are lots of very competent female game developers who are even competent programmers and coders. I don't think those women are the problem. I think I think there's some sort of shift in corporate structure and in corporate agendas and in studio agendas that has led to a huge change. And it has allowed a bunch of women in through the door that have no business being there. But I thought the same thing about university. I thought there were tons of women who shouldn't have been in university either, who were there just for a club, to meet a bro, to have friends, to do their minimum and then, shit some stuff out and then leave. I think the same thing happened in university as well. The character designer for Stellar Blade is a woman. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to check it out. Character designer for Stellar Blade. Okay, so the main character, Eve, was designed by a bro. It was based off of a model. I'm trying to find out if there was any female involved. As per Jonathan's assertion. I don't know where to look, and I'm going to be honest. Korean male, female names still, I can tell a female and male name generally in Japanese, but for Korean, it's a little bit hard for me to tell. Anyway. Frank Zappa said in the 70s, if you want to learn something, go to the library. If you want to have sex, go to college. Yikes. It has been a problem for a while. Yeah. There's been some interesting reviews of Stellar Blade now that it's on PC, avoiding the jiggle drama and actually discussing the gameplay and narrative. Well, that's good to hear, Willie. Are you going to play Are you going to play it, Willie? Would you say they all look the same? No, they don't. One of the points made is that while Eve is beautiful, it has no bearing on the story. Interesting. That's cool. Are you going to play it or no? Are you waiting for Deep Sale? Oh, I think he said he was going to wait for Deep Sale. Anyway, I don't mind this video. I think he's bringing up an interesting point, which is women need to be professional and respect their male consumer. And this is why I'm giving it a like, because he is not wrong. I've said this for a long time. Passion is not a problem. There are lots of people passionate about game development. The problem is professionalism. I think professionalism has taken a hit. And some of the reason why people aren't as professional is they're saying, oh, I can't because it isn't right. I have to show that showmen, this is the way. Okay, so we can say that professionalism took a hit because of ideological impulses. But I also think that our society as a whole has stopped being professional on many levels. Both males and females have failed to fulfill what their consumers want. Yeah, this right here, this title is one of the shittiest titles that you could put on this video. Like, what are we even... Like, Anyway, it should be something like, the problem isn't the women, it's the professionalism. Because that's his end point. That's his end point. His end point is women just need to be professional and respect their male consumer. Passion isn't a problem or a solution. No, it's just like a side thing that happens or doesn't happen. At least he said skeptical instead that they are the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Why gamers are skeptical. But are gamers skeptical about women in the gaming industry because of professionalism? Or are there a lot of male gamers out there who are now behaving like complete idiots and just saying weird shit as well? So it's, yeah. Moderate titles do not get clicks. Good point, Willie. Good point. Yeah, that's probably true. So sad. Because I do think he had a really good take here, which is women need to be professional. You were hired. Didn't I actually say that in my original WoW vid? Didn't I just say that? I think I said that from day one. I said, if you don't like the IP that you're working for, if you don't like the consumer that's consuming that IP, if you don't like those people, don't write for them. Don't work. Leave. Leave now. I'm pretty sure I said that. But I'm pretty sure I said from day one, you need to be more professional. And if you can't give the people what they want, you should go. But at the same point in time, to blame just the women and to let the men get off scot-free when the men let the women take over to a certain degree, it's like, I don't want to victim blame here, but I kind of am going to do a little bit of it because I'm also skeptical about some women who remain in a clearly abusive relationship. Part of me is like, there's probably, you got a mental problem if you think that being in that abusive relationship is okay. You also need to get help, and not just help as in being taken away. You need to get some intervention psychologically because you're constantly letting yourself go back into this relationship that's harming you. I think it's okay for us to ask questions and say, hey, okay, so women got in here and they're shitting the bed. Why did you let them in? And I think we need to ask some questions there as well. Leave now and never come back. They talk about pattern recognition, but make really dumb mistakes. It's like an excuse to leave common sense aside. Yeah, The problem is, like, there are some people who see nothing and understand nothing, and they just kind of float through life, and it's totally fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. Then there's some people who see patterns, but they are only able to see a pattern. They can't actually extract or synthesize from it any meaningful observation. And they think, just because I see a pattern, therefore something's going on, or they come to the wrong conclusion about what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just because you can see a pattern doesn't mean anything. You have to see if that pattern replicates. You have to verify your information. I don't know. So, like, you know, we go back up here. Where is it? Right? This is me, right? I had a feeling about a pattern. Did I rush out and make a YouTube video about my feeling about a pattern? No. I sat down and I said, you know what? It's going to take me months, possibly months, to hammer this out. But I'm going to sit here and I'm going to hammer it out. And I'm going to verify the gut feeling I have about a pattern. I'm going to see if I'm correct or not. And some ways I was correct, and some ways I wasn't correct. And we're going to talk about that one day. But I don't like it where people are like, oh, I see a pattern. And then they rush out and they make a video and it's half-assed. That annoys me. That really annoys me. Especially when they're critiquing a whole bunch of other people for not being professional. I don't know. That, I will say, that does annoy me. But I'm not saying that this guy is that bad. I actually don't mind this reviewer Wild Take. I don't think... I think overall, I actually enjoyed this. Who suggested this video? I think it was Leo. Thank you, Leo. This was an interesting suggestion. I wanted him to go a bit deeper, but this is 9 minutes. So it is what it is. It's not comprehensive by a long shot, but yeah. Okay. We're going to move on. And we're going to talk about Elden Ring actually changed gaming forever. Nothing like a clickbait title. Elden Ring actually changed gaming forever. I have no opinion on this because I actually don't. Did we watch this already? Because it says I gave it a thumbs up. Have we watched this already? Wait a minute. Let's just listen.
Greatest achievement since the moon landing.
Greatest achievement
Elden Ring is the greatest achievement since the moon landing.
Wow. Okay. Is that sarcasm? Is that sarcasm? Okay. Oh, that's not a sentence I want a video to start out with, but hey, I mean, it's a take. It's a take. So I'm going to retract my thumbs up. I don't know why I gave it a thumbs up. We will retract it for now. I don't know. Have I seen this? Guys, does anyone here? I thought I hadn't seen it, so I put it in the to watch list. Does anyone remember if I've seen this already? I gave it a thumbs up. Where's Wooly? You didn't finish it? Okay, we're going to speed run this thing. But starting off with, it's the greatest thing since the moon landing. I mean, I guess this is YouTube content. I guess you got to start out with really weird shit. What should I say? Dawn Trail is better than you think. No, it needs to be more extreme than that. Yeah, we'll wait. You gave it a thumbs up to remind you to watch it? That doesn't sound like me. It's not like people have been clamoring for a decade for a sequel. I have no memory of this video. Yeah, it's wild. Well, we're gonna watch it. The first sentence is a little sussy, but we're gonna go for it. Let's go for it, guys, and let's see what's going on here. But just to say, click on the link above that I shared. I just want to remind you guys that if you liked that bro, give him a watch, give him a subscribe. I actually didn't think his general takeaway was wrong. I appreciate the fact that he actually is talking about women just being professional, and I do appreciate that. Down with the patriarchy. Don Trail's so good it will make you want to have sex with her. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what I need to put on there. Except that I won't say dog. I'll just put ... and then people will just fill it in with whatever. You know what I mean? Even better. Yeah. Okay, what time is it? It's almost... I'm feeling kind of peckish. I know, Sim. Sim said YouTube titles need to tell a compelling story that immediately hooks you and makes you want to watch to find the answer to the question they pose. I know. It's marketing. I'm so allergic to it. It literally makes me like on the inside. Anyway, let's see what's going on here.
Elden Ring is the greatest achievement since the moon landing. This might seem like an odd comparison, but I want you to consider it for just a moment. Elden Ring is in its essence a final form, a perfect cast, a die of the art form that is video games. If the art of science can put someone on the moon, and the statue is the art of people casting immortality through stone, Elden Ring is a pinnacle achievement in the medium of its own right. It is a form of high art that draws parallels to the classical masters, and it's made high art accessible to a wider audience. It has philosophical underpinnings that expose an entire generation to the nature of power and the allure of the divine. Elden Ring lets you live a painting that you can experience, and your adventures in it mirror your own life. This is how. This video is not a plot synopsis. It's a journey into the game's lineage and the cultural and artistic contexts that shape it. I think to truly understand Elden Ring, you have to compare it to its appropriate references, drawing parallels with matters of divine concepts and profound artistic expression. We'll start with the Renaissance period. Between 1490 and 1510, the early Netherlandish master Hieronymus Bosch painted the Garden of Earthly Delights. The greens and blues provoke a sense of familiarity, but when one looks at the magical creatures, strange fleshy structures, and humans among beasts and unsettling poses and behaviors, it becomes clear that this painting would never have been displayed in a church. It doesn't represent the same sort of clean, often white and gold, calming esotericism of the Renaissance. Take a map of the lands between the setting of Elden Ring and place it over the top of this painting. You can almost see it splayed out with eerily similar direction. The point is, this painting is not Michelangelo, and Elden Ring is not Lord of the Rings. Elden Ring confronts us with beauty and horror, wonder and dread. Elden Ring has a lot of grotesque and monstrous visual imagery. The objects of conquest in the game are so vile at times. They almost seem to take on demonic qualities. Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, fed himself to a powerful serpent, fusing with it to, in his own words, devour the very gods. The ruler of Stormvale Castle, Godric the Grafted, derives his strength from the limbs of soldiers sacrificed to his body. This grotesque imagery is not gratuitous. It serves a purpose in exploring the dark side of human nature and the corrupting influence of power. This aligns with the long-standing tradition in art of using mythological figures and creatures to grapple with complex themes and emotions that we can relate to. Elden Ring is a visually tremendous game, but it also has great writing and world building. Elden Ring's exploration of the tarnished nature of religious power resonates deeply in today's world, even with allusions to matters of statehood. To summarize, the world of Elden Ring, as we know, is tended to by an outer god known as the Greater Will. The very name of this god is significant in that...
Okay. Well, Party has come in and has feeding me. Thank you, Party. Thank you. Willie says, Willie, why are you saying or Why is Willie saying that? His accent goes perfect with the pretentious script. I'd agree that it's a pinnacle for Souls genre, but for gaming as a whole, I'm unconvinced. I could have sent you a better lore video, just saying. Flemish Master. Yeah, I love Hieronymus Bosch, by the way. I really do. I sent you better lore breakdowns, but yeah, no, it's all good. Not like your number one fan. Yeah, Party. Wait a minute, is Party? Wait 1 second. Party, did you just read what Wooly said? Party, is Chieko a potted plant you need to water on occasion? Party, what are you going to say to that? She has to. Party is always like, your room is too hot. You're getting dehydrated. The air is bad. That's why you're coughing. She's always like, she's always watching over me. When she departs for another place, I shall be like, what's her face from Lord of the Rings? Celebrian. I shall, my spirit shall waste away and I will return to the utter west. Okay. I'm just going to talk a little bit. I've only played a little bit of Elden Ring. So I'm going to put disclaimers, okay? Big disclaimers on this. But I feel like I need to talk a little bit here about what he's saying, because I want to give a little bit of a pushback. In my mind, there are 3 levels to a story by which we can critique it. Okay, the first and most easiest level is what we're going to call technical quality. Now, this means your conventions. Now, you might not know what that means. So that's spelling, grammar, capitalization, punctuation, and it can also lightly link to sentence, fluency, and structure. In my opinion, technical quality is probably one of the easiest things to achieve because all you need is a couple really good editors and some great software and you're good to go. All right. But then we get down to a second part of writing, which is lore and world building. Now, this is going to be more linked to encyclopedic information. And what we will be looking for here is consistency. And we will also be looking for consistency, let's say, and cohesion. Consistency, cohesion, and coherence. So what we really want to see is something that makes sense, that interlocks together, and that is making sense to everybody as to why things are the way that they are. And this is more related to facts and data. Venus flytrap. Oh my lord. It's because she doesn't get sun. I went outside today, I'll have you know. I got some sun. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. The wind came out and Party was like, look, it's not stifling. It's not so bad. There's a wind. And I was like, you got sunburned? Not quite. I didn't stay out long enough to get sunburned. I zipped home, let me tell you. Okay. The final one is what I'm going to call narrative. Now, to make a narrative, we are going to need a couple things. So we're going to need, this is the actual story. And we're going to need a few things. So it's going to be composed of story elements. So we're going to need some setting. We're going to need a plot. And we're going to need, on top of the setting and the plot, we're going to need characters. And as with most stories, you're going to also require a story framework, which is composed of scenes. Now, these scenes could be working in a linear fashion or a non-linear fashion. And the story, generally speaking, whether it is told in a linear way or non-linear way, or having like 3 viewpoints converging on a single moment, like in the first Witcher TV show, the first season, it doesn't matter. If you move things around, would it make a cohesive plot? And my only issue with what this guy is putting forward is hitherto what I have experienced with both WoW and with Elden Ring is that this stuff up here is pretty good, except I think WoW is starting to lose grip on the lore. But if we're looking at the early stuff alone, these levels here are solid. I'm not sure that I'm seeing a traditional narrative, a narrative in the traditional sense. Now, I want to preface this by saying that is not a bad thing. Elden Ring is stellar, and I don't think it needs to have a narrative to be stellar in the traditional sense, a traditional narrative in the traditional sense. I don't think it needs a narrative in order to do what it was designed to do. But to come out and therefore tell me that it is the best narrative and is equal within the literary narrative video game sphere to the moon landing? Nah. No. 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 Nope. Niet. Now, I don't doubt that we could break this narrative down into 2 types of narrative. So 2 types of narrative. I'm going to call one the experiential narrative. And then I'm going to call one the traditional or the... Now, I guess I'm just going to call it traditional, but I don't like that. I don't like using the word traditional. What's the opposite of experiential, where it's like someone is just not telling you, but like I don't like these terms. I don't like the terms that I'm using. I don't know how to fix it though. I gotta think about it. Both narratives, you're experiencing something. But the one is more lived and fragmented, and the other one is more like on rails and is not fragmented, but they're both lived. It's not like the people who buy them will care for them properly. Yeah. I would never buy a Venus flytrap. That's all I'm going to say. Chat can go to sleep tonight assured that I never inflict myself on plants. Yeah, see, Wooly is getting it. Elden Ring, if it can be said to have a narrative, is experienced firsthand. You will only get as much as you something put in. I don't see how it can be compared or analyzed with literature tools. I'm going to call it, okay, you know what? I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to stick with this for now, but I will one day come up with my terms for this, all right? So for this experiential, you live the story. The narrative you experience is the one you create as you play the game. Everything else you learn through the environment and items is data/lore that enhances your understanding of what is going on. But it is not a traditional story. Traditional is you live through a set series of events that your character may be observing or partaking in. But the difference between this and the first one is the narrative you experience is not simply what you play, but also what is delivered to you in scenes, exposition. So the narrative has a beginning, middle, end with scenes, actors, and clear definitions of let's say plot. Let's say definitive plot. Let's say conflict. It has an arc, yeah. Now, I don't want to say that experiential is worse than traditional, okay? I don't want to say that at all. I don't want Elden Ring to stop existing, and I don't want Elden Ring to change. But I don't want people to come out and mistake this for this, because they're not the same. And like Wooly, I definitely agree that Elden Ring probably represents the moon landing of experiential narrative technique. It is probably the definitive version. And if WoW creators wanted to avoid having to deal with a narrative arc, then maybe they should look at Elden Ring as a path forward for handling story and lore. Now, it will make the lore heads very happy because they will have the lore, But anyone who wanted to have a straightforward narrative, like a traditional one, will be a Sag. But, you know, you can't please everyone, I guess. But this experiential narrative, there's nothing wrong with it, but you can't say that just because something is phenomenal, if not trend-setting in one type of narrative, can speak for both and can be the like it can't overcome traditional narrative. I'm sorry. It just can't. And you can't talk about it in literary terms. Now, I'm not saying that the lore doesn't have within the lore story arcs, right? But there is a difference in my mind on the role of lore in a story versus the role of a narrative in a story. And so we can have a video game that completely does not have a traditional story and it will still work because it's a video game. And video games can definitely run that spectrum of having absolutely no story and still functioning, more or less, and having some kind of a story and really functioning well. To the point where it's almost a story and not even a video game, like a visual novel. So it's a whole spectrum. But we already defined earlier today, I already talked about how, in my personal opinion, narrative is what gets you invested. And so I think that when you talk to a player about Elden Ring, whenever I talk to a player about Elden Ring, you got your players who will definitely go on about Melania and Godric and stuff. But most of what Elden Ring players really like to talk about is their experience of their build and what they encountered as they were playing the game. And there's nothing wrong with that. But don't try to pretend that this is somehow the peak of literary narrative, because it is not, in my opinion. You know, something like Red Dead Redemption, perhaps. Legacy of Kain or KOTOR, for example. Some people would say that. Some people are saying Claire Obscure. Some people say Metaphor Refantasio. All of these would be, Final Fantasy XIV. All of these have legitimate positions where they can fight for dominance in a narrative space. I just don't put Elden Ring there at all. And that might be a hot take. But I think I stand by it. I'm pretty sure I'm standing by it. The thing is that narration is speech, and when it comes to speech, a lot of it can be implied, even non-verbally. Yeah, but narration isn't. When we're talking about a story, epic, we're talking about narrative, not the same as narration. There is an implied narrative that is accurate, but also isn't overtly stated. Remember your views on there being a mob, like that, but with a silent narrative. It's sort of the difference between sandbox narrative and theme park narrative. Yeah. So, for example, when I play Final Fantasy XIV, okay, so when I play Final Fantasy XIV, I'm experiencing a traditional narrative. When I played Eve Echoes, I was experiencing an experiential, barely experiential, like bottom barrel experiential narrative. Because if I wanted to, I could click on items, or I could click on certain maps, and they even had lore pages of stories. Not like stories, but like lore dumps. And it was all there. So if you wanted to, you could go into the more experiential narrative of Eve Echoes, but it was absolute bottom of the barrel. It could come nowhere near Elden Ring. It's vaguely second-person storytelling. Emergent narrative versus authored narrative. Oh, math teacher Josh. I like that. That's so much better. Let's do it. Emergent narrative versus let's say authorial narrative. I like that much better. Thank you, math teacher Josh. Yeah, I don't like saying the word traditional because that kind of puts literary type narrative on a certain level, and I don't want to say one is better necessarily than the other in terms of video games. I've listened to a lot of Elden Ring lore videos. The story isn't that deep. Lore is expansive, narrative is a puddle. But did you understand it on your own while playing? So far I didn't. But once again, I was early. But yes, Elden Ring is full of detail, but that detail doesn't matter if you cannot connect it to the story. That's my problem. Therein is the issue. If you want to say it's an issue, which I'm still not saying that has to be an issue. I'm just saying, like, we need to... So, we should put up here video game narrative, because I think this is specific to video games. This isn't an issue with books, right? Books are almost only this. The only genre of books that are emergent might be something like Choose Your Own Adventure, or like maybe that. It is possible that the guy in the video has never read a book and thinks Elden Ring is like reading a book. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Elden Ring has some straightforward narratives in which you might be a bit actor or main character. Some can change the course of your game within your journey through the lands between. They can be pivotal or a diversion. Yeah. So my argument would be that Elden Ring has emergent narrative, which is totally fine, but it's not to be confused for authorial narrative. And so for you to come out and say that this is the greatest narrative since the moon, like equated to the moon landing for science, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think I've watched enough YouTube essays about great literature to know what a good story is like. Yeah. Maybe they watched great books explained and they thought they understood. Well, once again, we're talking about narrative epic, right? I am not arguing that there isn't a narrative, but I don't think that the narrative is authorial. I don't think that the narrative is authorial. But once again, do you remember, guys, what I said at the beginning? I'm putting a disclaimer on that. I'm putting a disclaimer on that because I haven't completed the game. But as far as I could tell from what I experienced of it, it feels emergent to me. It does. Tarnished becomes the Elden Ring Lord. The end. Yeah. Great books explain should do Elden Ring and see what happens. Maybe it'll be good. Yeah. In fact, I would argue that right now, what I've experienced of World of Warcraft is more emergent than authorial. And that's not a bad thing. Once again, I need to be very clear. But I could be wrong, as I stated before. That's a disclaimer. In what way? George R. R. Martin wrote the lore according to Miyazaki, while he himself wrote the player's interactions with the world. So there's two authors there working on separate parts. At the simplest, yes. That is your story in Elden Ring. How you become Lord is the question. Once again, I don't know how to put this clearer, because I think there's some people who are not getting what I'm trying to say here. Emergent narrative is you make the story. Number 2, the author guides you through the story. Choices change. How can I say this? You make the story. The author guides you through the story. This is closer to a book or movie. This is for the people here who are really struggling with what I'm trying to say. Closer to sheer gameplay, story. You could play the game and 100% enjoy it with little to no comprehension of what is going on. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about interaction. I'm not talking about interaction. In FF14, your character has interactions. You can air quote choose an interaction in response to what a character is saying. But that interaction has little to no impact on the story at large. So, for example, let's do Lord of the Rings since it's the easiest, and then we'll continue this video. Lord of the Rings. Lore. Story. A lore story is Melkor steals... Melkor brings Ungoliant into Valinor, and while attempting to get the Silmaril, Ungoliant drains the 2 trees and destroys the light of the world. Okay. That's a lore story. Okay. Actual story. Scene 1. Melkor talking with his commanders before battle. Let's do like this. Scene 2. Fight scene outside Valinor. Scene 3. Melkor on the side, chatting with Ungoliant about his plans. Scene 4. The Valar are prepping for battle. Scene 5. Ungoliant's point of view as she slips into Valinor. Scene 6. Battle going down. Do you see what I'm trying to show here? You can pick up an item and you can say, oh, do you see this cup? This cup is representative of life before Valinor. If you look upon the side of this cup, you can see the decoration of the 2 trees. You know the significance of these 2 trees. And then, you know, the next thing you might pick up, they'll be like, ah, yes, those are the 2 trees. You recall that these are the 2 trees that used to blah 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 the world. Ah, yes, those are the 2 trees that were sapped by Ungoliant. Oh, look, there is the skeleton of Ungoliant who sapped the 2 trees of the world. That's referring to a story. That does exist. It is in the lore. But you experiencing that is not a traditional authorial story. That is experiencing a world that has been curated for you so that you can slowly piece the lore story together, and your own story is just the choices you're making to become whatever. But it is an experiential emergent story that is emerging out of the woodwork of the game that you are piecing together. It is not given to you in bite-sized expositional chunks in scenes. So therefore, it is not an authorial story. And there's nothing wrong with it being an emergent narrative. Your story is how do you become Elden Ring, the Elden Lord. And how that is will change from player to player. And that is fine. But that is not this. This is heavily curated. This is even more curated in the sense that the scenes that you experience and you see are how you are going to view everything. So it's not as the story in Elden Ring is emergent, is not as obvious as traditional authorial stories. They're both authored. No one is arguing that. They're both have authors. Authors created an emergent narrative as much as they create an authorial narrative. The reason why we're naming this authorial narrative is because the narrative is heavily curated into scenes. That is much closer to a book or a movie. This is going to go nowhere. Yeah. But I hope that I'm making it clear that I'm not a super fan. Either way, whether you agree with me on emergent narrative or authorial narrative, saying that Elden Ring is like equated to the moon landing for the art of writing literature or literary narrative is... But for video games even? Really? I don't know. Okay, let's keep going.
It's not a name we think of, like Venus or Thor or just God. Greater will is more like a phrase. It implies that this thing is a force, a cosmic concept, not a single entity that we can assign a face and a voice to. It's not something we really see ourselves communicating with, so we gotta go along with it, right? If it's some force that just controls the universe, then we can't fight it. Well, that's where the conflict comes from. The Greater Will has complete and total control over the lands between, propagated by the Golden Order. Now, the Golden Order is intentionally fragmented as a concept, but it's equal parts philosophical and religious movement. This distant god then bestows blessings to individuals upon the land, sometimes denoting so-called Empyreans, which are candidates for godhood. Queen Marika the Eternal is one of these Empyreans, and she ushered in a new golden age by confining the Rune of Death. The Rune of Death is a magical artifact that, when sealed, removed the fated deaths of demigods, such as herself. While initially the Golden Order ushered in a period of prosperity, human associations with godhood proved problematic. Marika's rule was not without problems. The Golden Order violently clamped down on dissenters like the Nux, the Nightfolk, Albanorax, and the race of the merchants you'll find throughout the game. For their treachery, the Nox in particular were banished to the underground city of Nokron, their civilization forever shrouded in darkness. Marika's decision to disrupt the natural cycle of life and death has disastrous consequences, echoing mythological stories where individuals attempt to prevent death to great calamity. For example, Eos, the Greek goddess of the dawn, falls in love with the mortal Tithonus and asks Zeus to grant him immortality. However, she forgets to ask for eternal youth. Chthonus lives forever, but grows increasingly old and frail, eventually withering away into a cicada, to which he suffered endlessly. Unfortunately for the people of the lands between, the tears don't stop flowing. When Marika's demigod's son, Godwyn the Golden, was slain by a mysterious force, the enraged queen took the Elden Ring.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. He said that he wasn't going to do a lore dump. I'm just getting a lore dump. He did try to tie it into the concept of Eos right about here, which is good. I just wish he would itemize it a bit more and be like, there's this and this in the game, it's linked to this. There's this in this game, it's linked to this. It's and I hate to break it to this guy, but has he played Final Fantasy 14? Because or any Final Fantasy game? Because a lot of Final Fantasy games were touching on shit like Greek myth, Kabbalah, European myths, like from the beginning, Final Fantasy, like just the flagship titles have a lot in them. Like, I only really know Final Fantasy 14. Fermi Paradox, for one thing, comes to mind, like, right away. The whole concept of the entelechy. The fact that Gaius uses the word icon recently, like this morning, my mom sent me something during church service about icons and what they mean. You know, what is an icon? A-E-I-K-O-N. I just, I don't know how to break it to this bro, but Elden Ring is not the only video game that has like a comprehensive lineage linking back to mythology. So, I mean, I'm not trying to shit on Elden Ring here. Like, I want to say that I think it's a phenomenal thing and it deserves every Game of the Year award that it gets. But it is not the only game that has a cornerstone on being elevated and talking about, I don't know. Like, I don't get it. But yeah. I just, Anyway, let's keep going.
Collection of runes that represent a natural law of the world, and shattered it, its pieces strewn across the entire landscape of the game. This ushers in an apocalyptic age where Marika's demigod kin fight for control of the Elden Ring's fragments, bringing more violence across the land. These events are known as the Shattering. These gods and demigods are in their own right a kind of pantheon that exists within the game world, and for you, the audience. Much like pantheons have existed throughout the course of human history. While we may not believe there really is a giant man in the sky who can hurl lightning bolts from the clouds upon us, the idea of it is at least very compelling. The key difference in Elden Ring is that when you navigate the game world, the machinations of its divine figures are real. It's virtual, but for your purposes, when you immerse yourself in the game world, the cataclysmic effects of the Shattering are observed in the ruins and remnants of past civilizations, as well as stories from the characters that navigate it. It makes it feel real. It makes it feel like these things really happened. Rebukes of the Golden Order are not uncommon, and cut dialogue from one of the nomadic merchants. He mourns the treatment of his people, confined to catacombs beneath the capital city, where they are cursed to wither away and starve, alone, unseen, unnoticed by the Erd Tree's grace. His rage-fueled lamentation can be seen as hauntingly similar to contemporary conversations regarding cast-aside peoples today.
What they did to my ancestors, the whole clan buried alive, sick, maddened, husks of themselves. May chaos take the world.
But the crux of Elden Ring's story revolves around the Erd Tree, which quite clearly is inspired by the concept of the world tree Yggdrasil, commonly cited in Norse cosmology. In the Norse stories, everything, the entire world, exists around Yggdrasil, as it does in the game, visible from every corner of the map. In spectacle alone, this is a compelling visual. The golden hue of its presence casts a warm glow to the heart, despite the dire circumstances of the landscape you find yourself in, no matter where you go.
By the way, I will say that it is a beautiful, beautiful set piece. And whenever I go into the open world and I hear that haunting music, it is really, really genuinely, it is fantastic. Yeah. But he once again touches on how the whole experience of the game revolves around you immersing yourself in the world, noticing your external environment, and talking with people, and interacting with items and things, like Epic told me. And that to me it tells me that it's more of living in the story as opposed to having the story external to you. And that's kind of what I'm saying. To me, this is not something that a literary person could entirely weigh in on, because it is not literary. It is lived. Whereas literary is kind of like the observer effect. It's kind of like my life, right? When I talk about my life and I share my life is a story from the outside, but only from the outside. Within it, it is not. So that's how it is. That's how I view it. So if you don't have certain constraints around a more traditional approach to storytelling, which would be with scenes, with characters, with clearly set motivations, everything kind of like laid out for you, I think there's a limitation to what the literary analyst can weigh in on. And Elden Ring, I think, lies in that special niche that video games can absolutely lean into. I can talk about the literary aspects of World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV to a greater extent, because there's more material for me to work with in terms of an actual arcing story. But if I talked about Elden Ring and critiqued Elden Ring on a story level, it would simply be critiquing the coherency of the lore. I would not be able to determine 100% the literary quality, because the emergent style behavior of the narrative is such that there is a level of subjectivity that makes it difficult for me to come in as an objective analyst and talk about quality. I can say that Elden Ring is a high quality game, but there's a limit, I think, to how objective I could be as an analyst to say whether it is objectively competent or not, because of what it is. So yeah. I don't know that Elden Ring is really an experiential narrative. Things like, and then it took me 32 attempts to kill that guy was an experiential story. A guy told me the tale of Who's It What is just a story with a layer between of a narrator. So you kind of piece it to, that's my point. That's my point, is that the whole point of the story of Elden Ring is how you become the Lord. You make that story. And when you share that story with people, the lore is just a cherry on top. But it makes it very difficult for a literary analyst like myself, who is invested in looking at, do you remember we go back to the frameworks, right? Technical quality, I could do that, right? I could look at the dialogue boxes. I could say, yep, the spelling's correct. Yep, good grammar. Yep, sentence fluency, pretty solid. But even there, with the sentence fluency, that's difficult, because we have no narrative voice, no narrative exposition. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, for example, we do. like in the first X pack, we have Louis Spa narrating. A second X pack, we have Edmont, probably my favorite. Third, Lise and Hien, but mostly Lise, if I recall correctly. I think it's Lise. Lise, I think, for the most part. So on and so forth. So for me, it's Elden Ring is more difficult for me to judge the quality of. That's what I'm saying. World building. I could probably weigh in on that. We could talk about how is the world building cohesive? Is it consistent? Is it coherent? We could probably talk about that. But since the scenes that I have seen didn't, for me anyway, yet didn't tie together, I'm not seeing a set story. I'm only seeing a story that I'm slowly making over time. I think there's a framework of a story that is you become the Elden Lord, but that's more emergent still. I don't know. But once again, I'm on the fence. I could be wrong. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. You kill your competition is the same for every player. Yeah, to me, that's not a story, though, Epic. That's an experience. That's my problem, Epic. I don't think killing the competition is a story. Yeah, that's probably where my issue lies. Elden Ring has a thin narrative frame. That I could agree with. There may be a dozen story beats in Elden Ring. More complex and arguably better narratives have hundreds and thousands of story beats that allow the author to more precisely curate the emotional rhythms experienced by the reader or player. Yeah, I would say that if Elden Ring has a story, the narrative frame is so thin as to be almost unrecognizable. Because I couldn't recognize it while I was playing it. So someone has to actively tell you what you are doing for you to see it as a story. To see it as an authorial, yeah. To see it as an authorial story, yes. But once again, like I said from the beginning, I'm not sure. But so far, what I've experienced from playing Elden Ring, and it's very similar to what I'm experiencing right now in World of Warcraft as it is that there are not any scenes or narrative voices that guide you through a traditional story. And that's where my problem lies. If it is even a problem. Once again, I don't want to position this as being a problem. It's simply something different. That's all. But in my opinion, there are two types of stories. One is more loosey-goosey. There's something general going on, but how that's experienced or how much you interact with the lore is determined by you. That to me is more experiential based. The narrative only makes sense insofar as how much you put into it. You could avoid it if you want to. Whereas down here, this is unavoidable. It's unavoidable. You're on a railroad. It's curated to such a high degree. Now, you could say, Epic, that once you get past a certain point, you have to fight these boss battles and stuff. Fighting, for me, is not storytelling. A fight is not a story. In and of itself. Now, if there is a cutscene going on within the fight, so let's, for example, talk about that World of Warcraft story. Do you remember that one fight when I was in the Worgen thing and I missed out on the guy getting killed and the king was crying about his son and I completely missed out on the story because there was a fight going on? That's what I'm talking about. That was an attempt at an emergent narrative coming out of a fight within the story. Completely missed it. Didn't feel anything. Didn't get it. Felt nothing. Because it didn't pause. It didn't have a cutscene. It didn't show my character crying or getting upset. It didn't show the guy dying suddenly. It just happened. And that, for me, is an issue. Elden Ring is a game where there could just be a dialogue at the start of the game that says, go out and become the Elden Lord. Yeah. Narrative is that you have to beat 2 rune bosses, and then it's all railroad in. You're saying it's not a story watching an ally sacrifice themselves for you. There's a cutscene of that. Once again, I haven't got to that point. That's why I said you have to treat what I just said with a disclaimer. But as it is right now, what I've experienced with Elden Ring so far is that if something is happening during a fight and there isn't a clear cutscene with acting and mood and camera and dialogue and everything else, I consider that to be an experiential narrative. It's still a story, but it's experiential. It's emergent. It's not a narrated, like, authorial narrative. This is simply execution style. I'm not calling this emergent narrative anything but a narrative. It is still a narrative. It's simply a matter of executing the narrative. And this is how they chose to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't conflate it with what's going on down here. That's all. That's all I'm saying. In ER, the fight against each boss means different things for different people because each player has a different understanding of what's going on. For example, one player might see Godric as... And that would have been enough for me in that game without any other kind of cutscene. In ER, what is super fun, at least for me, is piecing the puzzle pieces together, emergent, experiential. Yeah, but what I think what Epic is trying to propose is that there is a narrative in Elden Ring. There is a story in Elden Ring. And I am not doubting that there is a story. I just think that the execution of the story is radically different from more traditional methods, which involve cutscenes and involves a narrative voice of some kind. Elden Ring is more like Smelden Ring. Hello, Goatfell. I don't know you, but welcome in. I don't want to shit on Elden Ring. I just need to... I hope that's very clear to everyone. I'm not shitting on Elden Ring. I'm not even saying Elden Ring doesn't have a story. I'm saying that the kind of story that it has is not comparable to an authorial story. That's all I'm trying to say. They both have a story, but the story is radically different. And this guy said he wasn't going to lore dump. But so far, out of 7 minutes and 38 seconds, we've only had a handful of references related to things outside of the game. And we've had a lot of discussion about what's going on in the game. So this person who is talking about Elden Ring here isn't doing his argument very good. And also, I want to add here, the way he's talking about Elden Ring is almost like Elden Ring is the first game to ever have like literary references outside of gaming, which is wild to me because there are other games that have done this really well. So it's because of the way he's talking about it, it's making him look not great. I don't need a lore video to understand a story. I just exhausted NPC chat dialogue, but it is what it is. Yeah. And once again, I think Epic, I think there's something about the emergent narrative type where you're talking to NPCs and you're talking to people and you're looking at the buildings and you're looking at the landscape and you're like piecing it together. There's people who love that shit. I think math teacher Josh said that he loved it. There are people out there who genuinely enjoy this kind of storytelling, and I don't want to shit on that. I don't want to take it away. I don't want Elden Ring to change, but I don't want to pretend that this person is correct. No, you know what? I'm gonna say it. The way he's talking about games and the way he is rizzing Elden Ring to the point that he is makes them sound illiterate. There, I said it. I said it. I said it. Wow, I can't believe I said that. That is so mean. It's like, have you never played any other games? Or did you play every other game with your brain turned off? Oh my lord. Now, I will admit that there are tons and tons of games out there who are about as, are as shallow as a puddle. And I've only scratched the surface of Punishing Grey Raven. But I can tell you that what I've experienced of Punishing Grey Raven has been really, really good so far in terms of not the execution, but the terms of the concepts are actually really, really solid in Punishing Grey Raven. There's some really interesting stuff going on in Punishing Grey Raven, and that's a mobile game. Like, don't, like, what are we talking? Anyway, I guess some person discovered Elden Ring and just really loves it. I appreciate that. I just don't like it when they position it as being like the arbiter, the standard. And I'm kind of like, no, there are other equally fantastic games out there that are saying equally fantastic things. I don't like the anyway, I guess I'm just being mean tonight. I'm just gonna press play.
But that is only at surface value. In reality, the decline of religiosity in the West creates a fascinating backdrop for Elden Ring's exploration of faith and spirituality.
Okay.
It has a rich tapestry of mythological allusions and philosophical underpinnings, inviting us to reflect on the nature of faith, power, and the human condition in a way that few other video games have achieved at scale. This exploration starts in a crypt, where your player character is brought back to life from the god we were talking about.
Actually, they achieved that in one of the side quests of Final Fantasy XIV. And they actually touch on it in the silly Hildebrand content. They actually touch on the role of faith in society post corruption revelation. And FYI, in Final Fantasy XIV's defense, they do not throw the church under the bus. At the end of the day, Aymeric and Artwarel, oh my gosh, cannot say words tonight, and the other gaming guy, cleric, what did they say? They said, at the end of the day, we are men of faith. I think Final Fantasy XIV has one of the healthiest viewpoints on religion in the gaming industry. But anyway, let's keep going.
About by the greater...
Maybe he should play Final Fantasy XIV.
Well, You're known as Tarnished. A Tarnished, as it's described in the context of the game's story, is an individual who long ago lost the grace of the Erd Tree. It is a brand used to refer to banished warriors who fought under Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Godfrey waged great battles for his queen, Marika. He led the war against the giants of the north, who posed the most direct threat to the Erd Tree, with their fire that could burn it down. But when Godfrey defeated his last worthy opponent, it is said that the hue of his eyes faded, and in return, his queen banished him and his warriors from the lands between. She sentenced them to roam in a far distant land after a long march, where they would wage war, die, and be called again by grace to fight in the name of the Golden Order for the Elden Ring. When Marika's son Godwyn was slain, her demigod kin fight for the pieces of the ring. But the greater will does not give them its support. Uninterested in taking sides in petty squabbling, instead, it reaches out to one single Tarnished to return to the lands between and fight, just as their queen had commanded them many years ago. You are that Tarnished. You will fight and die and live again and again and again to determine whatever fate you see fit over the lands between. This is where Elden Ring's medium becomes important, because the decisions you make paint different paintings. There are several endings to the game that all speak to a certain philosophy, a certain thesis that you wish to make of an apocalyptic high fantasy world, where gods have abandoned people in times of great struggle. The motivations and the movements of the greater will are not made 100% clear on purpose. That intentional fragmentation of the narrative is how you interface with the art. You don't really know why you need to become Elden Lord. You don't.
What'd I say, chat? Sorry. You make the story. And it's fragmented. Now, he points out that the themes behind each and every ending is all the same. It's all making the same point. But that's not the same as story. Theme is like the sand that goes into the bricks that you use to build the wall, but it is not the wall itself. That's a completely different thing. Just because a story has a theme doesn't make it a story. It certainly does not make... And you notice I changed it to authoritative because Jonathan used the word authoritative, and I think that's even better. I love that. Fantastic. Okay, so let's read. Coming in hot with the opinions, this party. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting spicy. The cutscene of an ally sacrificing themselves for you is optional. So it's not part of the narrative. It's part of a possible narrative that a player can create. So it's a fragmented narrative. It's not a singular vision. I didn't need a lore video to understand a story. I just exhausted NPC chat dialogue, but it is what it is. Yes. Yeah. And once again, I don't want to take that away from people who experience that. And love it. I don't want to take that type of storytelling away. Absolutely not. I want it to say, Jonathan, coming in hot with Dark Souls 1-3 does the exact same thing. So why does Elden Ring get put on a pedestal? My guess, Jonathan, time period. So the zeitgeist being what it is. Remember that we're currently in an age where a lot of male gamers are feeling disenfranchised, right? They're feeling underrepresented. And the graphics and the, shall we say, the breadth and the open world that is Elden Ring gives it a spectacle, which I think draws more eyes to it. But you may be indeed correct that what it is doing is simply refining what has already existed. And the reason why people are putting it on a pedestal is that perhaps in their mind, combined with graphics and with the music and the fact that George R. R. Martin's name is on the label, like maybe in their mind, it's like a pretension thing. It could be a pretension thing, or it could be a legitimate expression of showing how Elden Ring became more accessible to your average gamer, because hitherto perhaps Dark Souls felt more niche. Perhaps. That's just my thought. Chieko, an Elden Ring lore dump is 90-minute monographs about the great tree shown in Farum Azula's frescoes. Yeah. Well, he's doing a terrible. This is why I get a little annoyed. People it's like summoners, right? Literature people are like summoners. From the outside, people shit on how to, they're like, oh, it's just so easy. It's a brain rot class. You don't need a lot of brains to be a summoner, right? And then when it's their turn to play a summoner, they don't do the barest minimum that a summoner can do in terms of playing support for whatever. So the same thing goes here. There's a lot of people who run around and say things. I'm not saying that Couch Co-op did this, but I'm trying to say is there's a general impression about literature and how to analyze media, and people then start analyzing media, and when they do so, it lacks a certain rigor. And this is a case in point, in my opinion. A few sentences about a theme or element in ER is just that. ER is just that. Herman says games are supposed to have lore. Seriously. Metroid Prime. If you never literally read the literal writing on the literal walls, you'll never know any of the story of the game, but the story is actually rich and tragic. So probably I would put Metroid Prime into Emergent, possibly. Right? Oh yes, Genshin Impact combines both experiential and authoritative narratives. So I'm changing the second section to authoritative. To be clear, I don't think you're dissing Elden Ring. Okay, thank you. I just sincerely don't agree with you in the fine details, let's say. And I also think he's doing a bad job of arguing his case. Yeah, I mean, he just undercut himself by saying that the story is fragmented. So, I mean, is Chieko having 14 withdrawals? I have not seen enough of my Catboy, clearly. I need to see more of my Catboy. His voice is unfortunate. He does seem to be a bit stiff, but I'm going to be honest. When you're putting something out that matters to you, sometimes as like a content creator, things can get a little weird. You know what I mean? Like you can sort of like feel that more is on the line. And so then you might, that might affect how you perform your content. You know what I mean? So that is. And the protagonist is one of those known as edgy boys, single tier rolls down narrative space. I make the story? Yeah. What do you mean you don't know why? Because it's shattered. This is what I don't get. So because someone can ignore the story, the player makes their own story, it's the same story. Even if you don't know it, it's the same. Okay, so I guess that's my whole point, Epic. If you're in an emergent narrative, you don't know you're playing the story, and you wouldn't really know that you're playing the story unless you paid attention. The authoritative one, you can't escape it. It's always there. That's all I'm saying. Like if a player can't skip a cutscene, and it to me it means that the story is more emergent. It's more like woven into the fabric of the gameplay. Once again, not a bad thing, but it's not an authoritative narrative. Now, the story that all the players might end up doing might at the end of the day be the same, whether they know it is or it isn't. But the fact that it is almost invisible, therefore makes it not authoritative in the way that I mean. That's just a mod download. No. It's authoritative. It's how I want you to experience the story. Not how I want you to negotiate the story. That's why I like the concept of authoritative. When I write my books, I have chosen the words that I've chosen, and I have chosen the plot that I have chosen for a reason. Now, some of those reasons are artistic, and some of those reasons are monetary based. But they portray my character a specific way. Now, you can take my book and you can go off into your corner and you could do fan fiction, right? And that is your right as a consumer and as someone who's part of the human experience, because you can take other people's stuff and make as you will with it. But that cannot take away the power and the right and the responsibility of the original author and their intent. That's why I support authorial intention, and that's why I respect it. Now, if you have a story that is not authoritative and does not have an author breathing down your neck and telling you how to view something or how to experience something or what they determined for you to focus on in the scene, if you don't have that, that doesn't mean that there isn't a story there. It's simply a different type or kind or execution of story. That is all. So one is more railroad. There's a track. You're on a train and you're kind of like on the Pokemon Snap train, and you can only take pictures insofar as what the author lets you take pictures of. And anything else that you add to that is your headcanon. But here, your headcanon is more subjective, and the game lets you do that. And that appeals to quite a few people, honestly. That does. And there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. But it's not the same. This may be a spectrum as well. There might be stories that are somewhere in between these two. There might be stories that have two of them. Spectacles are always good for eyes. Dark Souls uses the same techniques, but Elden Ring does it better. Okay, Bloodborne is still the top. For example, not all D&D modules are of the same quality, even though they're all doing the same thing. That's a fair assessment. So Elden Ring could represent the peak of the studio, right? It's definitely a spectrum. Does Marika ever explain why she shattered the Elden Ring? It was her monthly. Okay, so let's keep going with the lore vid that's not a lore vid.
Don't know why you're fighting for the Elden Ring. You just know that you're being compelled to do so. Reflect on how many ancient warriors were sent into battle on behalf of whatever god or goddess is. How many of those warriors didn't have the luxury of questioning their belief set? For this reason, I'd go as far to call...
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, wait one sec.
For the Elden Ring. You just know that you're being compelled to do so. Reflect on how many ancient warriors were sent into battle on behalf of whatever god or goddess is. How many of those warriors didn't have the luxury of questioning their belief set? For this reason, I'd go as far to call Elden Ring a pseudo-religious experience. It's difficult to stop talking about it because the game and the world and the writing are just so entrenched in that topic. In Elden Ring, just like reality...
Wait, is Elden Ring trying to say that people never questioned what was going on within themselves or within the world simply because they were at the bottom of the totem pole? Is that what Elden Ring is about? Or is that what Elden Ring is attempting to simulate? Wow, George R. R. Martin. Okay. Because I'm going to be frank, okay? Like, let's set aside this game. Okay, let's set aside this game. And let's even set aside whether this bro is correct in his analysis of the game. Okay, we're going to even set that aside. Okay, because Epic is face palming over there, so I have a feeling that this bro may be misinterpreting things. But let's set the fact that this bro might be wrong aside. Let's set aside the fact everything about Elden Ring. There is no way that you could actually tell me that the serfs and knights who took part in medieval wars didn't have an opinion about what was going on. And we know that the lower totem pole people, the pawns and the minions of the world, had an opinion. And those opinions reached a boiling point, to the point where we had the Peasants' Revolution in Germany and we had the French Revolution in France. And we had the Magna Carta in England. Like, even... Anyway, so if the game were to be based off of this presumption, like, even on an ideological basis, it's faulty. That's just a stupid argument to make. Like, I'm not saying Elden Ring actually is making this argument, by the way, guys, okay? I just need to clarify that. I'm not saying that Elden Ring is bad and is related to this concept, but could you imagine trying to write a story that's trying to propose that simply because they were on the bottom totem pole, that they somehow were just never thinking about, hey, gee, why is this happening? Why do we have to do this? Like, nobody was questioning anything? Like, I don't know. Let's keep going.
Religion has been used to wage war, to treat people in a nasty way, as well as in a compassionate way. Religion takes human emotional investment in something and can amplify that emotional investment to thousands of times. In that way, Elden Ring and other RPGs that feature powerful incantations that scale with your faith stat aren't so different from real life. The cuts the game makes are deep in the mechanics too. Faith-based incantations share a lot in common with hidden sorceries like the magic of dragons, as well as druidic beast-like spells, to which the Golden Order of Elden Ring tries to hide and obfuscate. Likewise, Christianity in reality has a history with magic that isn't really talked about, unless you're a heretic, of course. As a Souls game, it has a strong emphasis on death and rebirth, resurrection, surmounting struggles, adversity to become great. In that, it can echo the Judeo-Christian concept of being born again. Second chances, redemptions, grace. The god Queen Marika the Eternal's decision to upend the natural order of the world paves a compelling road for your player character to follow. To mend the Elden Ring, you must be capable of killing a god.
The Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god.
But what I think is really important in making Elden Ring and other Soulsborne games too, is the difficulty. The difficulty is what brings it all.
Guys, I have decided I've decided I'm going to make a parody video of this about Final Fantasy 14, and I'm going to have like a middle section just like right here, and it's going to have like all of the spoilery cutscenes of certain people walking, you know who I mean, and then I'm going to put on like the Riding Home soundtrack in behind, and then leading up to this, I'll be making like philosophical observations about life based off of Final Fantasy 14. And then in the middle, I'll put in this video. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so mean. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, my lord. You know what? I came into stream feeling under the weather. Once again, chat might be lifting me up and helping me to laugh. Do it. Maybe he's retelling his personal narrative that he experienced when he joined the Church of the Elden Ring. Make a video about how Endwalker's about coming out of the closet. Yeah, that's true. I have to like misinterpret everything. It's about coronavirus. It's about COVID-19. You see, we have to walk through the quarantine. Anyway. Oh my gosh, Epic is molding over there. I hope you're okay, Epic. Yeah, look, he might be misrepresenting facts here. I wouldn't even know. I would not even know, okay? I'm going to be honest. He's doing a lot of these references to lore, and since... Okay. Teacher Chieko is going to emerge. There's something called peel. Has anyone here heard of the peel method? Has anyone here heard of peel? Seriously, though. The end singer was black and white, the opposite of color, and color is a rainbow, and rainbows are gay. F14 theory. Endwalker was about leaving the Shadowlands. It's about escaping a pandemic. Oh, man. Could you imagine? I'd have to put parody, though, on the front. Or, like, have it in flashing red symbols every now and then. Because people probably would take it. Peel is point, example, explanation, link. It's an actual way of organizing your thoughts. So, for example, you could say a point. So you could say, for example, the point would be FF14 explores concepts linked to the Fermi paradox. Example, redacted zone. Clearly redacted zone. And redacted Endwalker dungeon. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Explanation. And then you would break it down. You would go in the redacted zone. You can see. You also interact with in redacted Endwalker dungeon. You fight mobs and witness scenes that, etc., etc. Do you see what I'm saying? And then link is only useful if you have multiple points that you're making. So this would go link to the next point. So what you need to do is you need to make a statement, then you need to give an example, then you need to explain that example and why you chose that example and how that example matters to your point, and then you link it to the next point. And what this bro is doing here in this video is making a point and then talking and talking and talking and talking and talking about the example, but his explanations are not very good. It's not quite clicking for me. So I'm just getting, I just feel like I'm just hearing a lot of information about a game that I clearly need to play more of, but I'm really shitty. So playing it is like walking through a bog for me. The Endwalker trailer was a man and dragon. It's like the. Have you seen photos of Nico when I did? Anyway, let's keep going.
Altogether, and it's a controversial part of the experience. Some people bluntly state it's not the fault of the developers, but the game is just not for them. It's too nerve-wracking, it's too much. To be perfectly clear, I think this mindset is perfectly valid. Souls games aren't for everyone, but for persistent people, they scratch an itch that no other game really can, and I think the reason that people find these games so compelling, the reason they keep coming back for more, knowing they're going to get their butts kicked again and again and again, is because the feeling of winning and overcoming such insurmountable obstacles is immensely satisfying and tells you you can do the same in your own life. In many ways, Soulsborne games, Elden Ring included, mirror your personal experiences in life. Soulsborne games say something about each individual who plays them. Like me. I remember greatly enjoying the first Dark Souls when I seriously got into it, but something happened after I beat Ornstein and Smog. I stopped playing. Just outside of the boss room runs a long corridor with a chest. I remember briefly thinking to myself as I was running down, sprinting, there's no way they'd put a mimic here. That would just be way, way, way too on the nose. I remember feeling so called out mentally here. I just got done trying to beat this boss for the better part of 2 hours, and they still put a check of mental exhaustion here. I'd let my guard down after fighting hard, and the game designers knew that. They did it on purpose. And the fact that I knew that made me upset. I didn't rage out, but I turned the console off, and then Dark Souls got away from me. I always told myself I'll get back to it, but I didn't. I never touched it again. Somewhere on my old Xbox account, that save is still floating around, waiting for me. The journey at the end of that game forever unfinished. Just over a decade has passed, and I've put games down not necessarily out of boredom or difficulty, but instances where I just got really busy. It got so bad that I made a list of all the games, books, and TV shows I never finished, and the list is crushingly long. And on that list are 2 more From Software games that I enjoyed immensely, and I talked about when I was playing them. Armored Core 6 and Elden Ring. Before working on this video, my business partner asked me, at what point did I stop playing? I said, Millennia. He said, that's understandable.
Hit her one time!
Newly emboldened by the Couch of Ambition, I decided to install the game for the first time in a year and a half. It also became a bonding experience with my brother, who couldn't really deal
Oh. I had muted myself because I was eating some cheese puffs. Oh my lord. You guys didn't hear a thing that I was saying. That was very, very... It happened again. Thank you, Willie. All I was saying is that some guys get dopamine hits. But I struggle with feeling dopamine hits like that. I'm going to be honest. But maybe if I play Elden Ring, I'll actually get more dopamine hits. It's very hard for me to feel like I achieved anything. I think I also like have too high, like I think the point of a dopamine is the sense of achievement, and I almost never feel like I achieved something. Chieko, you're supposed to be providing transformative content. I expect you to transform these sounds out next time. Thank you. Okay, so Epic wrote this. Yes, I put Black Myth down because I couldn't beat Yellowbrow, and I was tired. Didn't touch the game for months. Just beat Yellowbrow a few hours ago. Let me go make a video about my insights now. And I said, and chat didn't hear because I was muted, that Epic, you should make a video and you should add some like really weird interpretations about it. And then what you need to do is in the middle of your Black Myth Wukong video, you need to do like a training type montage of you beating stuff or racing around the world. And you need to put it to like epic music. No dopamine here. I enjoy the flow state of a good boss fight. Winning is merely the end. Yellowbrow. You know what's good practice for a FromSoft game? Monster Hunter. Did you just offer me an idea? Let's see. I'll react to it, Epic. But here's the thing. All jokes aside. Sometimes you have to go away from a game and come back. And you know what? Sometimes you have to go away from a book and come back. I read Neuromancer when I was about 18 or 19, and I struggled with it a lot. It got to a point where I couldn't read anymore. Like, I couldn't read it. The words started blurring on the page. And I was freaked out because never in my life hitherto had I like, up until I was about 10 or 11, I struggled with reading. But from that time onward, I was a champ at reading. So it was hard to feel like that sense of, I don't know what's going on, that overwhelmed me. And I had to put the book down and just kind of muddle through because it was part of a course reading. And then years and years later, I read it again and I understood a bit more. And I read it a third time and I understood even more. And so it was clear that it's not a question of vocabulary. There's nothing particularly crazy going on in terms of vocabulary. It's the ideas and the experience that the author was providing was so foreign to what my limited experiences were that I couldn't even create a mental picture, and I can't read if I can't create a picture. That's my personal limitation that I struggle with. And it took me years before I could really get a handle on William Gibson. And to this day, William Gibson still remains for me my Elden Ring to a certain degree. And yeah, I understand how you sometimes have to go away and then you will come back later and you will be better than ever. So I kind of totally respect that. I really do. And I also think that difficulty is part of the Dark Souls genre. It is to want to dilute that, I think is very unfair to request that of the devs. If you want to have an easy Dark Souls game, I think you should be the one to go develop it yourself. Don't bitch at a creative for writing or creating something that you don't like. You know, like, get out of here. Monster Hunter has very similar combat for the most part. It's not a terrible idea. Monster Hunter and Souls games are only tangentially related. They don't really translate into each other. You never know, Wooly. Hello, YouTube. This is my video breaking down the true story of Black Myth Wukong and how we was shards of Wukong and had to travel through the jungles, nasty animals, getting drunk to be free. Play as a monkey and, well, you know it's right there on the surface, ain't it? We was Wukongians. So... Oh man. Could you imagine? Oh man. Just thinking about it now. They need to make like a Dark Souls game based off of like African myths. That would be kind of cool. I need to wait for Trump's third term before I can drop that video.
Deal with the game when it first came out, but he recently came back to it with the new expansion. Both of us are in completely different places in life nowadays, but Elden Ring has been here for us even after I moved halfway across the country. And that enhances my connection to the game. It enhances my connection to this moving symphony of dark and light, twisted and beautiful. I got to hear my friend's reaction when Radahn soared through the sky from orbit for the first time. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh no! No!
I forgot all about
No!
that! Oh, no.
Christ! I
forgot.
think he's literally going to turn into a meteorite.
No, he did! He did turn into a meteor. So Radagon was a demigod. He had 2 kids with Renala. That is Rykard, which you haven't fought yet, and Ranni, who I don't think you've met yet. Ranni is an Empyrean, and the big wolf guy, Blaidd, he's her retainer. And Radahn was also a son of Radagon. But Radagon, right after... I'm not above calling Elden Ring's characters a modern pantheon. The game's fights consist of pitched battles against members of the pantheon. You fight gods and demigods, gods with human sins, human capriciousness.
Imagine playing the game and you have that experience and then your friend goes on a lore rant about the character you just met. How can I say this? That doesn't sit well with me. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to make sure that I'm not molding for the sake of molding. So there was several points where I was playing with Party when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV with Party. And more recently with Dane. And I was able to tell them both with confidence that the question that you asked will be answered within the story, and the answers will be there that you seek. And at no point in time would I have to, unless it's like little side lore, for example, the string theory that's related to the Crystal Tower. I'm not going to go into that in detail, but there's some side lore that is not immediately evident, that's hidden in certain things, some things outside of the game itself. But in order to fully get it, in order to fully get that story, it is not of Final Fantasy XIV, it is not necessary for me at any point to have to give a lore dump to people. Nor, I could if I wanted to. And I think on some occasions I would, because just like this guy, I would get excited about what's going on. But what I mean to say is, it goes back to, I don't know. Is that how you want to introduce your friend to the game? Is lore dumping on them every so often? Like that? Like, setting aside whether he is correct or not, is that how you would want to play your first game? Is to have someone in your ear talking all the time about, well, this is what this is and what that is? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, but that's how they played it, so I shouldn't be judging. I think that's a subjective thing. That might be a subjective response on my part. I will admit that. It's just yeah, this guy clearly loves Elden Ring, and there's nothing wrong with that. And he clearly wanted to talk about Elden Ring with his friend. Apparently Ben says that the guy has 3 kids. This guy knows as much as Jon Snow. Wooly admits that he loves to lore dump on mildly interested friends. Yep. Okay. I mean, sure. You don't get it wrong, though, Wooly. This guy still hasn't really backed up his claim he made at the start of the video. No. See, once again, Jonathan, it comes back to this. This is a basic educational ability. It's actually something I teach my writing students. It's a form of logic that you can teach students through the process of academic writing. Now, we have achieved such a state of illiteracy in some ways, or shall we say, such a shitty level of education. People are unable to sometimes adequately explicate what they're trying to talk about. That is a problem with a lot of YouTube videos. And I worry sometimes about my own videos. That's one of the reasons why, sometimes I stress out about stuff. And I try to, not do that and just, shoot from the hip. But I feel pretty terrible when I feel I haven't gotten the details. Because I am tough on people. And I'm tough on myself about it as well. It's just really, it's hard. It's if you're making a big statement like this is equated to the moon landing in terms of video games, you really have to prove your point for making such a statement. And so far, I'm not seeing it. Don't hold your breath for that. Let me be 100% fair. This video is not doing him any justice, and so I will restrict every judgment I have on him based on this video and me acknowledging it's an incorrect view. Now, charisma. Yeah, here's the thing. I genuinely think he loves Elden Ring, and he just wants to talk about how much he loves it and why he is appreciative of it. And he made some touches on lore. I wish he did more. I wish it was more detailed and more specifically analytical. Yeah. There are people who want to be lore dumped on. My dad is one of them. He loves to watch sci-fi and fantasy, but doesn't understand it, so he recruit me to watch a new big release with him so I can explain everything to him. That's cool. Thank you for not muting me when I rambled about PGR/Arknights. Once again, I think being passionate about something is part of a certain subset of people in the gaming industry. I'm one of them. If you say the words Dorothy Dinette, everyone knows what will happen when you say those two magic words. But you can't come out and start equating something with the moon landing and then give me this. Graha Koana. Oh, that's another one. Yeah. I'd settle for accurate. Yeah, I just wish, anyway, he's making some good points. It's just, I wish but maybe he'll tie it up in the last little bit. Okay, maybe, let's see if he ties it up.
Human avarice. You also fight gods with human struggles. Gods in unwinnable situations that you sympathize with. Elden Ring didn't just create a twistedly beautiful landscape to play in that's grand and breathtaking on its own, but it echoes the classical works of old with the same sort of sincerity and maturity as they did many years ago. What ending you choose in Elden Ring also posits interesting arguments as to how you feel about this pantheon. Do you reject the hold that the Greater Will has on the Lands Between? Ranni the Witch's questline is a condemnation of that. But some endings involve restoration of the Greater Will's power in the Lands Between. Another ending that strays from the rest of all of these is a much more twisted one, and that is of the Frenzied Flame, where the Tarnished burns the world to the ground on behalf of the outer god of chaos, returning it to the primal state of chaos that it was before the Greater Will came to the Lands Between at all. It's scary and unsettling, but apocalyptic fates like this are common in religious scripture. Playing the game tells a story. It tells a story about you. It tells a story about what you value. It's a level above emergent gameplay. It's emergent history.
Sorry, chat. What did he call it? I was giving the story the benefit of the doubt by calling it a narrative. This bro's coming out and calling it a history. Anyway, how very Once again, we could say that in terms of emergent narrative, Elden Ring is equated to the moon landing. In terms of video game harnessing an emergent narrative focus, it is equated to the moon landing. And you know what? I wouldn't even doubt it, because Elden Ring appears to be, on its face value, a visual spectacle. It has interesting lore. Now, Wooly would argue that there's an unfortunate shift in the lore. I'm interested in hearing more about that. That's interesting. Maybe I could eventually see that for myself, see what Wooly is talking about. But I don't doubt that in terms of this style of approaching storytelling and history and gameplay interaction, Elden Ring is on its own level. Now, you may not like where it went. You may not agree with the themes and the message. You may feel that there's some issues with it. But in general, in terms of quality and overall presentation, it does look really good. Now, this bro has been wrong, apparently, about a lot of lore from the beginning. So now him saying emergent narrative, like, it now has me wondering if that's even correct, though. So he said it's emergent. I thought it was emergent. He's now saying what I agree with, but now he has made so many mistakes with the lore, I don't even know if his assessment of emergent narrative can be relied on, because he's been unreliable in other areas. So we're kind of back to the start with this whole thing. I began ignorant, and I may leave this video still ignorant.
Ancient history.
Brave Tarnished, mighty warriors who fought at my side, await the summons. It will call to thee one day. Heed the fading grace. Gold commandeth the very stars, giving life its fullest brilliance. Seek the Elden Ring, O Tarnished. Across the sea of fog to the lands between. Become Lord. Enact thy will. Seek the Elden Ring.
It's no secret that J.R.R. Tolkien was a devout Catholic, and I've spent a lot of time talking about faith. But in taking much of the visual and cultural language of Western folklore like elves, fairies, and the like, he managed to reinvigorate storytelling that goes back since ancient times. I believe Elden Ring does this again. It may be considerably more grimdark than any tale of King Arthur and Camelot, but by daring to peer into that abyss, it evokes strong, stirring feelings, and there's only one way to describe those feelings efficiently. It does this because it's art. Elden Ring is a work of high art, popular in the mainstream, showing that games can be used to tell powerful, provocative tales. It's not for everyone, and not everybody can appreciate high art. Not everybody has the patience to leave questions unanswered for hours, days, years at a time, to not have things linear and spelled out. After all, life is confusing enough, right? But I also think that's the beauty of a Soulsborne game. If life is already chaotic, you can embrace the chaos a little bit. You can tell whatever story you want. You're not instructed to go fight the bosses in any particular order. In fact, many of the bosses in Elden Ring are optional. If you hit your head against a wall and it's just too much, you can explore somewhere else, get stronger, come back, beat that boss later. The world of Elden Ring is twisted, but it is manageable. You can surmount its obstacles. You can be truly, transcendentally great. And if you're armed with that knowledge, what are you going to do? If you're anything like me, you'll put the game down after 90 hours, but you'll come back to it one day. Journeys are always there for you. You can always start again. The key is to start.
Oh, man, guys. That was wild. Okay, let's find out who recommended this. No, you know what? I won't do it to you, whoever it was. I'm pretty sure it was Wooly who copied and pasted this in, but I'm going to say it, okay? Style over substance. And a hyperbolic view on gaming as a whole and what gaming storytelling has been talking about for ages. Elden Ring does not represent the peak of gaming storytelling. I think it is one peak. I think it's in a pantheon of good stories, but I don't think it's the only one that achieves something great. Is Elden Ring high art? Probably. I would put it in high art. Yeah. Did this person adequately prove why it's high art? No. But I don't doubt that it is. I posted it because I thought it was funny. Yeah, it was funny, Wooly. Yeah. Why wasn't this video titled I really like Elden Ring? The guy basically said games with multiple endings is revisionist history. Here's the thing. He is absolutely 100 and... See, here's my problem with this video. Is he is not wrong per se. Like, it's more like... First off, he needs to organize his thoughts better. Another thing is that he basically comes out at the end and says, this is an emergent story and it's all about your experience. It's highly subjective. And the endings, there's like multiple endings. So there's multiple stories. And then he has this whole montage here. Did you notice this? Of these paintings that mean things. But the problem is like some of these paintings aren't, I don't know. Like some of them are not necessarily, like the one with the Wanderer, like is completely, like I would like to see why he would put the Wanderer in the same montage as the creation. Anyway, so I think for me, the huge issue is like he's looking at something on such a big picture level that he is unable to make any specific enough argumentation. And it comes off as pretentious, illiterate, and incomprehensible in some ways. And it's not helping Elden Ring. It's not helping Elden Ring. You're not making a case for Elden Ring here. I'm sorry, good sir. You need to have point, example, explanation. This is as easy as it gets if you want to go with a grade 5 approach to setting it up. If this is what you really want to say. If you really want to say Elden Ring is high art, then you have to say, why is it high art? So Elden Ring is high art. Why is it high art? Well, number one, it represents the best in its genre. Number two, thematic. Let's say writing quality, technical level. Number three, lore and world building. So we'll say expansive lore and world building. We'll say high writing quality. We'll say appealed, universal appeal. Although I'm going to put quotes around that because that's arguable. But it did appeal to a broader male base. What else? Spectacle. Artistic spectacle. And then we'll say strong thematic exploration. Right? We could even put down references to great art and writing. And then for each one underneath, you want to do an example, one, explanation. Example 2, explanation. usually you like to go for 3 examples because, like, if you can prove something 3 times, then you know you're pretty gold. And you do that for each one. This is how you build out an academic outline for something like this. Like that. Look at that. That's all that you have to do. So you wouldn't even have to do all the themes. You could just do 3 of them. Okay, so at the beginning, Jonathan, or like 1/3 of the way through, he explained that what he meant by that is just like the moon landing represented peak technological achievement or scientific achievement, which actually, I'm not sure if it does anymore. I think some of the pictures taken by the most recently launched, what is it called? What is that new telescope that they launched into space? I want to make a video that follows that outline. You should, math teacher Josh. If you do it, I will react to it. Math teacher Josh now says, But this is all that you have to do. This is how formulaic academic writing can get. And there's nothing wrong with it, especially if you're doing it on YouTube, right? There's nothing wrong with breaking it down this way. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you followed this, I think you would make a really good case for Elden Ring. Right? So strong thematic exploration. Killing God. Agency. Immortality and power. Something like that. Right? Can't guarantee that will be spoiler free though, yeah? But you should still go for it, math teacher Josh. Just go for it, Josh. So Josh says, this video feels like so many assignments I've graded, all broad strokes and unexplained points, unsubstantiated claims, no real detailed analysis. Exactly. That's my issue with this attempted analysis of Elden Ring, is this bro could not close read to save his life. He was simply restating lore, even though he said he wouldn't restate lore. He did. And then the few times he linked it to the concept and point, the link, after making a link to something else, you should always have a couple sentences highlighting why you've made that link and why it matters. Instead, he opted to just splash high art on the video and then walk away. That's very sad. And then to go back to Jonathan's question, he specifically stated that the moon landing was related to the pinnacle of scientific achievement, which I'm not sure if it's the pinnacle of scientific achievement. I think it's the pinnacle of space exploration, perhaps, but not scientific achievement as a whole. So setting aside that wild assertion, he then went on to say that Elden Ring represents the highest achievement of video games. I don't know about that. And I don't think he proved that. He ended up with like really beautiful montages and things, but style over substance in the end. So this is a sag. This is a bit of a sag. This is kind of funny. Wooly, thank you for posting it. It is a bit of a sag though, because I feel like this is an example of someone really trying their best to read into something, and you can see that he wasn't educated on how to talk about it. And that's why a good literature degree, a good one, not one from a shitty school, but a really good one could actually help this individual make this video even better, because he has a sense of flair and dramatics, which I enjoy. He was trying to link it to concepts of great art, which I appreciate. I like that kind of stuff a lot. It's just simply not, it's undercooked. He needs more time. He needs more time to cook. I recommend he use an outline. So what does chat think about this video? Chat knows how I feel about this video. What does chat think about this video? I'm going to sit and eat cheese puffs while I'm watching chat. Fan funding. Is there any thing that you would want to add to what he told us today? I definitely know Epic had some opinions. What about other people? Ben said this video needs a better narrative. Probably. Shay put a square in chat. Not sure why. Wooly said, my point was specific. Elden Ring, base version, is the current pinnacle for the genre. Okay. Good start. Both gameplay and lore. This singular status is exemplified by the drop of quality in the expansion. Interesting. Is this video satirical? I don't think it is, Shay. You can always start again unless you die in real life, says Sim. Okay. I mean, change the title, and the moon landing reference was just a dude gushing about his Elden Ring experience. Not wrong. Not wrong, Ben. And maybe we just need more people to gush about Elden Ring because it was a good game, right? So are we surprised? I mean, I bet there are some people out there who have made videos like this about Final Fantasy XIV or WoW, right? Like, there are probably people out there who were, like, gushing over WoW lore or Final Fantasy XIV lore, and they don't even know what they're talking about. Whereas this guy knows a little bit, but from the sounds of it, at least from the way Epic was talking about it, it seems like there's mistakes. Ben said that Radon had 3 kids, not 2 kids. Nothing wrong with that, just misleading. But we did talk about how you need clickbait to get people to click on your video. So, I mean, he did that, but at what cost? The guy gave me the bored munchies, so I missed most of it. That's okay. That's all right, Shay. But apparently it's probably not satirical though. As I said, all I have to say on the subject beyond elaborating about how Shadow Tree demonstrate the soul genre would reach a mechanical and systemic endpoint. Interesting. Okay. Maybe one day, guys. One day. I will somehow implant Wooly and Jonathan. Who else? Ben. Epic. I hope to somehow implant their brain cells into my brain cells, and I can play the game without dying every 10 seconds. And then I will finish the game, and then we can talk about it in more detail. But I'm going to be honest, I am not someone who, like, naturally clicks on every single NPC, and I barely notice my surroundings in real life. Like, my mom sent GPS coordinates to my sister on how to get to this river beach that's close by. My sister was like, why? I know my way. And I was like, I would be using Google. I'm pretty terrible. Which is one reason why I think I naturally tend toward more authoritative narratives. I prefer it spoon-fed to me. But that doesn't mean I want to shit on Emergent. take the Radagon bit. Radagon and America are the same person. The Finger Crone Maiden ties you, the demigods, one and all, are the direct opposite of America to tease into it, but he contradicts dialogue, not lore, in his video claims. Interesting. So, not to sound like a broken record, but he didn't come off as playing the game other than combat, I suppose. You could co-op with someone if that helps. Yes, but how can I say this? I co-opted with my brother for a while, and he helped me beat the first boss. And AKA, he did most of the work. And my brother is a bit of a stickler, and he didn't want to put a mod on his computer because he doesn't want to get banned or something. So we kept getting invaded by PvP players or by PvP bot, like AI type stuff. And by the end of our play session, I was no longer enjoying myself. I loved how my brother went full man mode and tried to protect me from the PvPers. But by the end, I could no longer enjoy the game. Make a private game with a password. I don't think you can get around invasions when you have someone in there. Invasions are part of having people helping you. Toward the end, I got my hands on a piece of equipment that would call another fighter in. So then it was 3 versus 1 toward the end, which was funny, but tragic. And at one point I got so flustered, I moved my camera around. As everyone knows, I have severe camera handling issues. And I walked backwards off a cliff and died, which terminated the session for everybody that was fighting. That was funny. But by that point, I was kind of done. You know. He contradicts dialogue, not lore, in his video claims. And then he said, you're not told why you're told to do something, then plays the dialogue of someone telling your tarnished what to do. That sort of contradicts all over this, just saying. Well, there's a difference between being told to do something and being told why you're doing something. That's a big difference. But once again, I would have to see it for myself, because at this point, I'm just on the outside looking in. But yeah, so I ended up talking with some people, and they said that there are mods that you could run on your game that basically renders you impervious. And I asked my brother, and my brother was like, no, I don't want to run mods. So yeah, having someone helping you is not fun. Elden Ring PvP enjoyers are a special breed. They actively seek combat where they are outnumbered. Yeah. And that's fine. It's just it made the game more difficult for me to enjoy with a friend, because toward the end, it got to the point where almost like it was like in the back of my head. It's like at any point in time, we're going to get invaded. 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 Oh, yeah, we got invaded. Now we have to deal with this person. It just was hard for me. It became more and more and more annoying, to the point where actually I didn't want to play the game. Like, I actively didn't like it at all. This is why I love Night Rain. Story? ? Who cares? I got 45 minutes to kill this boss. Well, I was just saying, Jonathan, though, that people who only want to see numbers go up can be easily bought, though. So this is where, like, yes, some games can exist without a narrative, but narrative is kind of where the money is in terms of creating a false sense of value. I say false, but it's not entirely false. But yeah. I like PvP in the Souls titles where you get a single random invader. It adds spice to exploration. Yeah. I didn't. It became very hard for me to enjoy it. But once again, this game isn't made for me. So, yeah. So for me to play it, I think I would just play it offline and try to get good on my own instead of riding with someone. And another thing as well is that my brother who was playing with me didn't have a PvP build. He had a PvE build. So we had these PvPers who had like these bleed builds and they were using like certain stuff. And my sister told me that one of our Brazilian friends was playing Dark Souls and he would get invaded by someone who was hacking, like who was using a mod. And so he had modded his own account so that if the person who entered his game was cheating, was using like a cheat mod, then he would become impervious. So basically it would negate that PvPer essentially if the PvPer was cheating. So that's an interesting mod that the community came up with. Because I guess some people still get their jollies off by cheating while doing PvP. So I don't know. It was just tough. Give them a crouch poke or 3 with a great sword. Yeah, I didn't have a great sword. My wife is playing through Elden Ring as a mage offline. She only very occasionally hands me the controller, but she's gotten through the first 2 zones 99% on her own. She is not a gamer. Yeah. That's probably what I'm going to have to do. But math teacher Josh, I recommend if you ever are bored, okay? And if you're ever feeling like, I feel like I can while away some hours and waste my life. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Is it under videos or was it under... Is it a live thing? I thought I created a separate video. I guess I didn't. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're going in. Okay. Phew. I wasn't talking. All right. Is this where I beat the, what's it called? What am I even doing in the stream? Is this where I beat the Tree Sentinel? I feel like it is not. I'm spending a lot of time in the menus. That's what I can say. I spent most of my time in the map and in the menus. Maybe I didn't. I guess I might not have. Elden Ring. Did I take... Did I take the Elden Ring off? That's Worgen. Anyway, long story short, math teacher Josh, there was a moment. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. How many deaths? 17. How many deaths did we have here? 20. Was it 20 deaths? And I was over leveled on Tree Sentinel as well. That's what's so sad. Okay, wait a minute. $23. It was probably around 23 deaths. I think it was around 23 deaths. Yeah, that was brutal. Who was in here? Ruzi was in here. Arm was in here, so that's Royal. Ben, poor Ben, somehow surviving. Pretty sure Epic was in there at some point. Miro was counting. Yeah, poor Royal. Poor Royal, poor Ben. Poor Miro. Poor chat in general. But generally most of this talking is Ben and Royal. Yeah, it was bad. And I think I was even over leveled. Like, it's not like I was going in under leveled like Preach was. I'm just really shitty, Josh. Like, I'm not a natural hand-eye coordinated gamer. But I'm very happy to hear I was there for the Go Left incident. Yeah. I think my issue is I get really tense. And it might be a character what's the word? Flaw. It might be a character weakness of mine. You've been doing well in V? Yeah. You def get in your head about it? I do. I think, like, I'm a closet perfectionist. Like, a severe one, to the point where it can debilitate me. So, like, if I don't feel like I'm going to get it perfectly done, I will, yeah, I can get defeatist really easily. Which is a problem. I have to battle it. Yeah. Yeah. Get the strength build. Yeah, I don't even know what that would be. I suppose that's a great sword. I just don't have the reflexes. And then when I overthink it and get in my head, it just gets worse and worse. You know, like, it's not great. And then having to deal with PvP, oh my gosh. I should play it. I should play it and I should enjoy it for myself. I should see what I can about the lore. Take notes and come back and tell my experience. But I can't promise that I'd be writing a video like this guy did. So in the future, just for those of you who are interested, my recommendation is to try your best to, when you talk about something, to organize your thoughts in a succinct kind of way so that you do your topic the best. Like, you just give it your best, really, so that you do it justice. You know, in many ways, I might suck at Elden Ring. But one thing I do think I've worked on for a long time is writing. and trying to teach people how to do things, because I'm an educator, right? I teach ESL, and I've been doing so for a long time now. And I think I'm good at what I have practiced. And I think that's where I wish I could help people. Like the whole reason why I loved ghostwriting is I could come alongside people like Couch Co-op who are passionate about what they want to talk about, and I can help them frame their thoughts and their ideas in a coherent way. That's probably my gift that I have. Yeah, but my gift is not doing well in Elden Ring, that's for sure. It's a bit painful, to say the least. But math teacher Josh, if your wife wants to watch another lady beating her head against Night Tree Sentinel for like an hour or so, or 2 hours, I don't know. Yeah. But I have been doing really well in V, up until like the other night, in which case Ben started carrying us. But I did some pretty good fight stuff. I actually carried Ben at least 5 times. He died, and I finished the boss off. But to Ben's credit, he was tanking the boss more, and I was on the edge with my minion build. Yeah, there's this one moment where we were fighting, I think it was Merwin, the Elementalist, and yeah, that one was really bad for us both. That was wild. We were having a real struggle. What time is it? It's 1 a.m. Should I start something else? I got 2 videos done today, chat. I was going to talk a little bit about writing, but a lot of the writers are probably in bed. Simp is in bed. Not that I'm necessarily going just for Simp, but maybe I want Chieko to play a fighting game using the tutorials to see if they're sufficient for a newbie. What's a fighting game, Jonathan? What is the fighting game? Epic's heading for bed? Oh, Epic. Thank you for coming, and thank you again for your kind donation, even though I may have had an academic argument with you right after. Well, at least you'll have an honest take from me, right? Street Fighter 6, Tekken, Mortal Kombat. Oh, guys, that would be brutal. I think I tried to play Mario something. Is there like a Mario or Nintendo? Is there like a Mario or Nintendo kind of thing where you're fighting other people? Smash Bros. Is that a Street Fighter? Tekken will scramble your brain. Not comparable. Okay. Either way, I was terrible at that one. Tekken will scramble my brain. I wouldn't doubt it, guys. I think if I try to play a fighting game, I think we would have to ban Wooly from the stream, because I don't want him to die early. We need to protect Wooly at all costs. He is very special. He is has a very special gift fighting voice. Very lovely voice. We can't we can't let Wooly see my fighting in a fighting game because it would like age him instantly and he would just like die. She keeps saying Wooly is special. Well, I mean, he is. Ben can handle it. He's still young. He's not wearing bifocals yet. He'll get there, though. He needed glasses last night. That's all I'm gonna say. Good night, Epic. Rest well. Why is Ben giving me? Question mark. Do you remember the other night? Oh, wait a minute. Not last night, but the night before last night. When you were like, oh, I need to get my eyes checked. Anyway. Long story short, I don't want to put gray hairs on Wooly's head. Or, you know, not more than is already there. And I might have to ban my own mod. She'd probably have to go lie down. It would be stressful for everybody. I just don't think I would be good. Wooly said all fighting games require a good deal of manual dexterity and special awareness. I don't think I have that. Only my beard is graying so far. Would it stress Wooly? I think I'm making a little joke at Wooly's expense. I think Wooly could handle it. He's a Chad. Most of my chat can handle it. Most of my chat would just suffer with me. Or, like, put me down and then go somewhere else. Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe I'm thinking that I'm stressful because I'm just stressing myself out and nobody else is stressed out. Everyone else is just like having a good time. But I'm stressing. Let's be real. I mean, to get better at games in general, you just gotta play different kinds. Now, you're not wrong about that, actually, I think. I think my first leap was after playing No Man's Sky. My second leap was after playing Witcher 3. And my third leap was after playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I don't think I've had a major leap since then. I haven't touched a fighting game since the PS2 days. So we would be on fairly even ground. Fairly even ground. I'm like 6 feet under and Wooly's standing on the edge of the the grave. Jonathan, I wouldn't doubt that Jonathan is god tier in fighting games. Wooly is so sweet sometimes. Wooly, I didn't know you were a comedian. But I feel like Jonathan would be probably really good. I have a feeling that like a lot of my chat would actually be amazing. See? Jonathan is self-reporting here. Jonathan spent over $1,000 on a fight stick. Wow. That's dedication. But that's close to 14. Oh, okay. So you know what? V-Rising might be my new recent thing. I have gotten better at V-Rising. Maybe I should go back to Elden Ring and try it out again. See if I've gotten any better. Probably not. Probably not. I think Elden Ring will be my Moby Dick. And that is absolutely fine. And if along the way I see all of this lore in emergent storytelling or non-emergent storytelling, depending on how you view it, you know, even better. The Dracula fight will make you feel that again. Yeah, so we got to second phase of Dracula with party. I'd recommend Soma as one of the most underrated games, thematic explorations of all time. Play it on story mode if you don't care for horror gameplay. It might help desensitize attention. Yeah, so me and horror, Josh, horror is the only genre that makes me want to have a boyfriend. Whenever I see something that's horror or play something that's like horror, that's when I want to have a boyfriend. That's when I want to have like an arm that you can cling to and be like, oh no! That's the only time Chieko is like, sounds like a real girl. Jonathan has a whole collection of fight sticks. I kind of want to make a joke about phallic objects, but I'm not going to keep going. The arm is attached to a red-haired cat boy. Yeah, if he was real, yeah. I don't like horror games. My imagination is vivid and fills in the details. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And sometimes I get scared over the stupidest things. Like, I was playing No Man's Sky, and when you land on a planet, it tells you whether there's flora, whether there's fauna, what the sentinel level is. And I landed on this one planet, and they said there's no sentinels, and the flora and the fauna are completely absent. There's no life on this planet, but there was water. So I went swimming in the water that was nearby just to see if I could pick up any rocks, like for mining. So I was dabbling in the water, and I just had this horrific sense that I wasn't alone in the water. Even though the game had just told me there's literally nothing on this planet, my mind made up all of these things because I was swimming in dark water on a planet. And it just, like, it didn't matter what the game told me. My imagination went places. It was, like, wild. I lasted an hour in Resident Evil VR. Ben and I were both like crying. No! Heading home later. Take care, Wooly. If I'm on, we'll see you again later. But if not, it is what it is. Yeah. There was a game that I tried to play that was called... let's see. It's a point and click. Was it point and click? I don't know if I have it on Steam. I might not have it on. The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Couldn't finish it. Got too scared. Sometimes I get scared from certain point and clicks. Like Abyss Wraiths of Eden. Shittiest game you could play. Got scared. Ridiculous. I'm absolutely... Like, my imagination is absolutely stupid at sometimes. It's like, what am I even doing? Resident Evil 7 VR must be the scariest game ever. I can only imagine. I could only imagine. Like, I don't think I would be able to survive. Would I pass out? I don't know. I wonder who's number one in our chat now. Who's number one now? Epic. And Epic just went. Epic left with 600 XP. Moskiel. Morley came in. Wow. Some people, other people. Wow, it's telling me everyone who came in here. Whoa. Interesting. Very interesting. There is a hillbilly stalking you around a house with directional sound. The bro Tapini flaked due to dizziness with the headset. Resident Evil 7 is the only Resident Evil game I've never played because the point of view gave me motion sickness. Oh my gosh, that happened to me. But I don't know if it's motion sickness or if it's the frame rate of Dragon Age. Dragon's Dogma. The first Dragon's Dogma, I actually want to try playing it, but every time I try to play Dragon's Dogma, I get sick. It doesn't matter if it's in first or third person. I just get sick. It's very strange. I think it's the flickering, but I don't know. Like, for some reason, I see, like, lines flickering down the screen. Combined with the movement, I think I get really sick when I play Dragon's Dogma for some reason. It's very sad. Very, very disappointing. Well, we're closing in on the ending of the stream. Before I end, I'd like to... did you ever read House of Leaves? I read part of it. I have read up to a certain point, and then I put it down and never picked it up again. It's still on my shelf, basically unread. It did not creep me out because it was... It did not creep me out. Yeah. Did you get creeped out from House of Leaves? I did, only after the fact. Interesting. Because when I was reading it, I only felt annoyance as I felt like the author was being pretentious. I didn't feel anything. I got scared after Annihilation, or while I was reading Annihilation, I got really scared. Like, that Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer freaked me out. House of Leaves did not freak me out at the beginning. The whole revelation about the house, it was interesting, don't get me wrong, but I struggled to connect with the story. But I'm not trying to say that was necessarily bad. It's just I couldn't... Yeah, I couldn't connect with it. So I never finished it. Maybe I should try again. But it felt so boring. And I even knew what was more or less going on. It felt like... I don't know. I bought the book because when I flipped through it, it looked like it was going to be interesting and do something. So, I put Soma in the same level of horror as House of Leaves. I haven't read Annihilation. I'll give it a go. Yeah, but once again, what scares me might not scare you. Annihilation was horrifying because it left a lot to the imagination, and yeah, it freaked me out. But maybe you'll read it and you'll be like, oh, this is passé. So once again, I don't know. Like, I feel like horror is, the experience of horror is vastly subjective. There's some stuff that isn't even horror, and it's still horrifying for people who watch it because they're so sensitive, if that makes sense. So that's where I think, like, the aspect of being horrified is extremely subjective. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't say that one kind of book or one kind of video game isn't solid as a horror, right? That it doesn't do its job as a horror. Like, we could still analyze it on an objective level. It's just that when we're talking about it in terms of experience, horror can hit people differently. And I read a bit into House of Leaves, enough to get to the point where it got to like the exposition about the house. And then I just kind of, I don't know, flatlined. But that's maybe just me, and I should just give it a go again. So, yeah. Maybe I'll get really scared when I read it. I'll let you know if I do. I'll let you know if I read it, and I'll let you know if I get scared reading it. But I can get scared quite a bit. There were a couple Lovecraft things that scared me a little. Hound of Baskerville was a bit tense for me. But yeah. 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 Anyway, so I don't like experiences that are meant to scare. That's fair. That's fair. Annihilation is written by Jeff Vandermeer, who does the new Weird. Oh, do you know another book that kind of freaked me out was Dark Tower, book 1. That was also, I think, accidentally scary. But I don't think it was intended to be scary. It freaked me out, I recall. Yeah. Oh, what else? I got scared from reading Overseen Under Stone, but that was like a heebie-jeebie thing. That was something else. That was like a vibe that I got. But I don't think it was in any way intended to scare people. Obviously not. It was written for kids. But anyway. Well, it's been pretty good. I'm just gonna check on a couple things. What I'm thinking is we will, we're gonna call it here. But before we end, I'd like to, ask, what are people planning for this week? So for this week, I got a few things I want to get prepped. There's a few videos I'd like to put out in the next coming weeks. I'm going to be working a lot on a whole variety of not just content for YouTube, but other stuff that I'm currently working on for myself. There's some work projects that I promised to do for my CEO. Does anyone else here have any interesting or exciting plans for the near future? We'll end on a positive note tonight. Just enjoying summer. Party is just working. Ben says, laundry, adult things. Math teacher Josh, since you're a teacher, I assume from your name, do you have like a long holiday? Lots of V-Rising. Yeah, and I think on Thursday we will do more MSQ with Dane, right? Right? Right. Yeah, June through mid-August. Okay. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good, relaxing time. Especially since usually the school year is quite brutal. I wonder if more of my students will take time off or not. I teach right through, so that's the tutoring life for you. So why is Ben umming? Ben is umming. What is Ben umming for? Anyway. I'm gonna stretch. I was thinking of leveling a character on your WoW server, but I don't want to impose. Well, you can impose away, Josh. Honestly. If you... Josh, do you have my in-game name for WoW? Do you want my in-game name? Do you have my in-game name? Do you know my in-game name? Wait 1 second here. Wait 1 sec. Just gonna do this for a second. Don't panic, everyone. I'm just logging into battle.net. Okay. So for those of you who are in WoW and want to friend me, please don't be afraid to friend me. I'm not opposed to you know, making friends in a game. So in battle.net, my name is Hyden, HYDEN, hashtag 11870. It's connected to the Americas. So that's my in-game name. Now, if you're some rando who after the fact is watching the stream and decides to come and harass me, I will deal with you appropriately. But for the rest of you, if you wanna friend me, feel free to friend me. If you're in Final Fantasy XIV, also, never be afraid to come up and chat with me if you see me in the game. Miro is chatting with me. Ben comes and hangs out with me. I'm actually pretty okay with people chatting with me. It's just that I don't always initiate human contact, but it doesn't mean that I'm like upset if people talk to me. Just need to make that clear. It's just that like you know, like how I don't know. It's not that I hate human contact. It's more like I don't think about it. Hyden, wire, foil, thwink. What? She will deal with you inappropriately. Adulting. Work, reading, gaming, adulting. Hyden. I sent a request? Okay. Let's see. Just gonna open this up. Okay, I've accepted. We're now friends. You can always feel free to send me a chat. I'm going to be honest. I don't necessarily always reach out to people, but I see Sim popping in and out, or I see Shay popping in and out. Like, I do notice. It's just that sometimes I'm really focused on the game. I just, yeah, I sometimes forget, or just don't think about it, or just don't care, or just sometimes I don't want to either. So there's a whole host of reasons why I sometimes don't initiate chatting. But always feel free to reach out. Trust me, if I'm not feeling kind of like in the mood for sitting around and emoting, I'll let you know. But absolutely come and say hi in WoW. If you ever see me in WoW. I don't play it as... This past week I've been really busy with certain things that I'm working on, but if you do want to hang out one night and want to quest together or something, feel free to send me a DM there. Absolutely. If your partner as well wants to join in, I'm very open to chilling with people in games. Ben and Party will tell you that. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know if your wife/girlfriend plays co-op or like multiplayer games, but if she ever wanted to chill and hang, we could do something. But anyhow, yeah, awesome. So everyone is working except for Josh, and everyone is adulting, possibly including Josh. And so, yeah, that sounds like my life. So that's good. We're all on the same page, basically. But this week coming up, there's a couple things that are happening. Number one, Tuesday night, I might be logging in. Maybe WoW, maybe Final Fantasy XIV, maybe something else. Not sure. Maybe on Tuesday. Yeah. And if not on Tuesday, maybe on Wednesday, but not on Thursday. That's for sure. Not on Thursday. Thursday's gone. So we'll see what work I can get done, and then we'll go from there. But I really want to say, chat, I really, really want to say from the bottom of my heart, that I came into stream tonight feeling really physically wiped out and fatigued, and I still kind of feel fatigued, but you guys consistently cheer me up. You guys don't know. I don't know. Even when we're disagreeing, or you guys probably think I'm a bit crazy, but I sincerely am so happy. I'm thankful to Party, my sister, who is sitting and being such a champ, listening to my voice for hours on end. Maybe I'm also just feeling more emotional about these things right now because of, biology, is hitting me hard right now. But I'm just genuinely really thankful for you guys having so much patience, and wanting to hang out with me. I'm feeling very honored tonight, specifically, because sometimes it feels like you're just trying to get by, and then I get to hang out with you guys and just hear all of your thoughts and hear all of the jokes you're cracking and everything. It's just, and some of you guys had like some amazing observations tonight, and it was just so inspiring and challenging. And I really appreciate people who are challenging and who are kind of pushing at things, asking those questions. I deeply respect that more. Like, I really do. I think part of the thing about life is that when you're just doing the daily grind, it can feel like, what's the point? But then when you sit and chat with somebody, a group of people like you guys, it feels like we're in the same room together, and we're all excited about gaming. We're all excited about sharing what we think about something. And I just think that's very meaningful. I'm hoping that when people leave this chat, they feel the same way. Yeah, I just feel like I learn a lot, and I get to hear a lot of people's opinions. And maybe we won't always agree, but at least we're all pushing together to bring clarity into the world and to think thoughts together that may or may not be deep. But we are thinking thoughts, and we're being critical. I think I really appreciate when you guys bring that energy in. It's just very invigorating for me, actually, because I'm a real sapiosexual. That's what I will say. Yeah, I think it does a lot for me. After the stream, I'm headed back into hate-filled comment sections of the divisive Superman videos. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm not going to get into the Superman video thing. I've only seen like titles about it. Like I saw Charlie's Moist Critical had a title about the Superman film and stuff. So apparently there's like a real divide right now over the Superman film. So that's fascinating. I should dig into that. That sounds fascinating. I want to know more about what's going on there. So if you guys find some solid videos, okay, so there's two types of videos that would be fun to react to about Superman, okay? If you guys could find a solid video that accurately depicts what is going on in Superman, the film, that's helpful. And a video that accurately depicts the dialogue around the Superman video, that would be interesting, but also would be really funny to have a look at what, like, the crazy takes, right? So after we educate ourselves on what's actually going on, then, you know, watch the crazy takes. That would be fantastic and fun, I think. So we'll see. We'll see. But good luck out there, Jonathan. I'm sending you the Hunger Games gesture. Good luck out there. Don't lose your hair. Oh, Wooly, hello. You missed my sappy, emotionally charged shout out to chat before I say goodnight. So you'll just rewind the stream like 5 minutes if you want to feel good about yourself, Wooly. But Ben's waiting Little Platoon's vid. I will say this about Little Platoon. He has a sexy voice, and he does a blow-by-blow description of what happens. So that is one thing that could be a good thing to put on while you're grinding for stuff. But yeah. Who's number one now? Epic is still number one. Wooly has bumped up to number 3 at 500 XP. Ben is chasing hard at the heels with 475 XP, followed by my mod at 450 XP. You guys, Epic coming in at 600 XP, probably because when he comments he uses the most characters, maybe it's character based. But I'm gonna say Jonathan's at number 2. Jonathan's at number 2 with 525 XP. This is wild to me. I have no idea. Maybe Epic got a boost because he did a payment boost. He paid to win. That's what Epic did. Jonathan made the leaderboard. Wooly left and came back again and still is on the leaderboard. That's how much Wooly was chatting today, which was, I was just saying, Wooly, I'm very thankful to everyone chatting, giving me their points of view. It's an honor, a privilege, and I'm deeply thankful for everyone cheering me up. I feel so mentally invigorated. I'm going to go probably play a video game, maybe do a recording, I don't know, do some writing, get creative. And I hope everyone has a creative, restful, productive week. And let's all check in again. Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll see what is happening. I'm going to talk with my sis because we don't want to enslave party all the time. So anyway, yeah. But good night, everyone. Thank you once again, and appreciate everyone. And I'll see everyone around. All right. So take care. Bye.